hold me like you do, and 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 hold me.
Hello, you guys. How are you? So good to see everybody. Are you all ready for today? Lori's going to start with her cross examination. The evidence will show. Okay, I got to say, so by yesterday, at the end of the day, the trial day, okay, I'd been streaming for over 8 hours and I'd been up since 5 o'clock. It was not a good choice on my part, although my body today was like, okay, you can sleep until 6 o'clock, y'all. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning, my time. Hang on just 1 second. Okay. So I appreciate all of the compliments on the intro, but I have a new one with a new song, but I'm going to keep both of these because I I get maybe it's because I'm an Aquarius and we're supposed to be like super contrary and I'm just I can't have the same for a long time. I just can't do it. Um I it's just not in my DNA. So it I'm sorry. I have to change it up a little bit, but I'm so glad everybody is here. I can't wait, but I'm also very apprehensive. Like I almost don't want to hear Lori's cross examination because I feel like she's focused on the wrong things. Okay. Just in general, it seems like her approach is going to be basically everybody got up that day to just um, go at her. You know, they got up that day with the purpose and intention to charge her and get her in trouble for something she didn't do, something that was just self defense. Self defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. Yes, it is. It is when it is A, not self defense, and when it was an absolute, total, and complete setup, and B, therefore making it murder, and B, a family tragedy is not what happened. Okay. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Stop playing with these people, Lori. Wasting time, wasting taxpayers' money, just doing all the things, being extra in the most absurd way possible, in a way that is not enjoyable to anybody. You're making a mockery of this whole situation, talking about you're going to be an advocate for these women who are awaiting trial in capital crimes with capital punishment cases. Stop it. You're over there giving, you don't even know that you are not supposed to give any comments after you ask the question. You ask the question and then that's it. Exactly, Lisa. Lisa said when she was asking, is all the first, if all the first responders were calm, ma'am, this isn't their loved one and they see this on the daily. Yes, they're expected to be calm, not you. Let me just. Absolutely. Can you imagine what would happen if first responders showed up to a situation and they were running around like Chicken Little, all apoplectic? Nothing would get done. Ridiculous. Is it Aries girl's birthday? Well, happy birthday, Aries girl. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Aries girl. Happy birthday to you. Right, Nene, it's like asking the 911 operator, why were you so calm? Or asking the 911 operator, why are you asking me all these questions? Girl, bye. Oh, Lori is doing too much. It's annoying. Here, I'll show you guys what we're looking at currently outside of the courthouse. It's a pretty Phoenix is really pretty. It really is. Yeah, she was just asking the most redonkulous questions. Also, never fear. I have all the things prepared. The only thing that I don't have prepared are new emojis. Okay. It is, um, I forgot what I was going to say. I got distracted. It's, on my list of things to do. So also I did, I really think, I don't even think, I know. I'm going to change, I'm going to turn the second channel into just where I keep my documentaries and the videos that I make, like, all that stuff, because I think it'll be more organized that way. And there are some videos that I made way back when I was first learning how to edit videos. And at one point, the music is just the volume of the music versus the volume of my voice. It's terrible. So, but the actual like story is a good story, and the content I think is interesting. It's a lot of those like where are they now back in the day stories. So I definitely want to put those over there. And I need to change the name because I don't know if a dose of Jen Lu is a good name for really what I'm going to do over there, so I need to think of something else. And what else do I have to tell you guys? Call me Sadie, Jennifer. Don't run from the listen. Let me tell you what had happened with that. Okay. So I covered and before I even had a YouTube channel, I followed the Gypsy Rose case, mostly because of, ooh, that's a good one, Lisa Dempsey, a dose of Jen Lu docs. I like that. Or just Jen Lu's docs. I'm going to think on that one. That's a good one. I followed the Gypsy Rose case, but not her. What really got me interested was, well, I watched the documentary, Mommy Dead and Dearest on HBO. And then I mean, when she sat down, the first thing out of her mouth about being honest finally, and she hasn't had an opportunity to be honest except for with her lawyers, and even then she wasn't totally honest. Yeah, we know. But right then, right when she said that, I knew this bitch a lie. Ooh, bendy stocks. I like that too. Thank you, Jen. Okay, so I knew she was lying, but then Nicholas Godejohn went to trial, and Law and Crime on their whatever I think it was Law Crime News or something like that. Um, they streamed his trial, and I watched every single day. And do you guys want to hear something even funnier? How I came to Watts Island? Well, in the middle of Nicholas Godejohn's trial, Chris Watts was taking his plea deal. So the Bendy OMG, the Bendy I like it. I love it. The Bendy I love it. That is a good one. So right in the middle, Bendy's dumpster fire dogs, right in the middle of Nicholas Godejohn's trial, Chris Watts decides, I'm going to take a plea deal. Okay, so he does. So they show that, but they interrupt the trial, which I was so annoyed with. But there was nothing else. There was nothing that I could do. So I was watching it. Docu-crime with Bendy. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that one. Hey, Jude, we might have to keep that one. Docu-crime with Bendy. I like it. I like it. Um, so that's it. That's the one. It's Docu-crime with Bendy. I love it. Thank you. Shout out to Hey Jude. So I started watching his plea deal. And I was like, what? This dude, he's not telling the whole truth. And because of being part of the Gypsy Rose stuff on Facebook, Dr. B, I knew Dr. B's sister first, her actual sister, not all the sisters that, years ago, whatever. We're just going to leave it there, right? Her actual blood sister. I knew her. I know her. I met her first. And she's like, hey, my sister's got a YouTube channel and she's got a Facebook group and she needs mods. And, I trust you. So then I got, it's called A Dose of Jen Lu, Joe. So then, so that's how I met Dr. B, and the rest is just history. We were all on a phone call together, and we were talking about Chris Watts and the case and everything, and somehow we got onto NK, and I just remember I went on just a whole like rant about her being a cleanup woman and trolling the lunchroom at the work, looking for a man and somebody to share her lunchable with, and she probably dropped her pudding cup on the floor and did a bend and snap, the whole nine. The whole nine. So that's how I came to Watts Island and all that. But um, when Gypsy was released, because so many people I shouldn't say it like that. So many people, because people knew that I had followed the case and that I, had followed it very closely, asked me to, I made a documentary, I need to finish it. But anyway, they were like, "Are you going to watch the app or the Lifetime series?" And I was like, "How about if I do it in Patreon?" So, oh my gosh, hold on a second. Lisa says, Lee, you should start a channel with Aunt B as your co-host. Double, hey baby, how'd your cooter? Talk would be amazing. Yes, her whole cooter is out. Tasha Lynn, and she had a bra in the trunk. And in the back seat, filthy T-shirt land. It's filthy. So anyway, they asked me to talk about Gypsy, her new Lifetime thing. And I said, well, I'll do it over on Patreon. So I did. So I started going live every Saturday and just, reviewing, giving commentary over the episode. So then people that weren't in Patreon said, "Well, can you just, can you do like some, can you do it over here?" And I said, "Yeah." So I started to do it, and then I kind of like I was just over by the time I got to do by the time I was doing it on YouTube, making videos on my other channel, I was just over, over Gypsy. Oh, that's right. It's Colby's birthday, and Nameless says, "Happy birthday, Colby Ryan. Ryan, wishing for peace and healing and nothing but the best." You're right. It is Colby's birthday. Bless his heart. Like it's oh gosh, I can't imagine. I really can't. I just I my heart goes out to him, but I not but you know, it this is Colby didn't ask for this to happen, right? Like this just was thrust upon him. And then of course, comes the, media, and everybody wants to, hear about Lori, like because this came seemingly out of nowhere, okay? And it's such a horrific si- it's such a horrific crime. It's when mothers murder their children. It flies in the face of the natural order of things. And so humans are always trying to find a way to rationalize things that are really irrational. Murder in and of itself, in my opinion anyway, it's an irrational act, even if it's self-defense. Because even if it's self-defense, you're not in your rational mind. You're scared. You're fearing for your life. You can't be rational and be afraid at the same time, I don't think. Anyway, because emotions are involved. So anyway, and out of that, he has done some real, like, deep soul searching, and he is young and really done a lot of soul searching, a lot of self reflection, and more importantly, like, it is one thing to look back at your life and your time growing up with your mom, okay, and see the red flags, see the mistakes, okay? That's one part of it. But then to do the second part, which is, in my opinion, the hardest work, which is to make a conscious effort to break that cycle. That's the hard part. That's the hard work. And I am just so incredibly impressed with his ability to do that second part and talk about it. And I'm really impressed with him as a human being, and when I see things like that, it gives me hope for mankind, for us humans, because there are days when I'm scrolling the news or YouTube, and I see story after story after story after story of how incredibly cruel human beings can be to other human beings. And it's sometimes you just think like, okay, Skynet, let the machines take over. We're done. And it's funny because I was watching last night after we got off of here. I was starving, y'all. Like my stomach was eating a hole in my back. So I was having dinner, and my husband and I we're like, well, what are we going to watch? So we were scrolling Amazon Prime, and I haven't seen this game in a long time, I haven't seen this movie in a long time, War Games. But the overriding totally forgot that there's, like, a deeper message to War Games, and it was really good, but it just reminded me, of how easy it is when you're surrounded by negativity, and true crime There's a lot, obviously, of negativity, but then you have these little bright spots, like Colby is one of those. He's a bright spot. Um, Michael Vaughn's Brandy, Michael Vaughn's mom, Brandy, she's another bright spot. She's trying to do something good for other people, for other children, and I just, those are things that, um, those are the moments, and I think that, a lot sometimes on YouTube, we get, stuck in the negativity, and we forget to mention or acknowledge the bright spots, and I do truly believe that in general, the good outweighs the bad. There are more good people than there are bad people, but I think what happens is, because the bad is so bad and it's so shocking, we tend to focus on the bad, and the bad gets a lot of attention. But the truth is, in my opinion anyway, um, I really think that no, you haven't missed anything. You have not missed anything, Katie. Just me yammering on, trying to fill time in between, waiting for court to start. I'm sorry. I just been yammering. By the way, if you're enjoying the yammering, could you please do me a huge favor and get your sneakers on like our chicken friend over here and run on over to the like button and give your girl a thumbs up, would ya? I'm gonna fix that right now, soon as court starts. Um, you love the yammering? Oh, thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. I'm so glad you guys are all here. But yeah, I think we focus sometimes too much on the negative, or the negative gets so much attention because it is shocking to us. That to me is actually the that's proof that the good outweighs the bad, because if there were more bad people than good people, we wouldn't be so shocked all the time, right? When bad stuff happens or people do bad things, we wouldn't be sitting back like, you know what I mean? If truthfully there was more bad than good, it would be like, oh, it's just another Thursday. You know what I mean? So, um, yes, Rachel, this is how you know you find your tribe. When you get comments like this, and all of you guys at one point or another have made a comment in the chat that's been like, oh, this is my tribe. I found my peoples. Okay. Rachel says, why is it extra funny to me that the sneakers are Velcro closure? Because because it makes sense, right? Chickens, if you're gonna put a sneaker on a chicken, they don't have little handses, so how would they tie their shoes? With shoelaces. Velcro is better. Also, they're running really fast, and shoelaces, especially if you get high top sneakers, high tops have longer laces, so you really have to tie your laces more than once. You know what I mean? So this is just sensible. This is safety and easy. Two things I like: safe and easy. It just it just makes me laugh to see those shoes. I just can't. It makes me It just makes me laugh so much. That chicken. We should be starting any moment now. How do you guys think Lori is going to do cross-examining the um, firefighter, the paramedic? Because I think she's going to. This is what's interesting to me. Now, let's see if she focuses on what's truly important here and tries to mitigate the damage done by direct testimony. So, on direct testimony, truth be told, the most important part, in my opinion anyway, or the thing that stood out to me, the things that stood out to me the most on direct was one, that when they got there, it was more than likely that Charles, bless his sweet heart, was already deceased. And two, that nobody ever attempted to render any type of aid to Charles Vallow. That, in my opinion, will be the those if I were defending myself, whatever. But if it were me, it would never be me. I mean, sheesh. Let me see how I can restart this. What Lori should be doing is trying to mitigate that testimony. But I guarantee you, she won't. She won't. And Kaylin, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I have a few times, Jen, call me Sadie, Jennifer watched Love on the Spectrum. It's super cute. Is Melissa Jade in here? Did I miss her? Hey, MJ, what's up? Do y'all know that Melissa invited me to her Patreon? And in her Patreon, she has a chat feature, which I didn't even know you could do. And she has a whole chat devoted to Lori and watching the trial. Hey, Erica, they start when they start, babe. I don't know if they're starting late or what the deal is. I think they're starting on time, maybe slightly late. But Melissa has a whole Patreon, and she's got chats in there, and you can chat about Lori Vallow. You can chat about Wade Wilson. And if you need, and listen, Melissa Jade says we need some place to talk about Lori's craziness. Amen. And if you're looking for that place, Melissa Jade's the place to do it. Melissa, hey Melissa, will you drop your Patreon link, babe, please? When you get a second. What's happening?
4. The
Melissa,
stipulation?
Patreon is gonna work so much harder, which is why I think it's why I need to do two separate channels. I really need to have a channel. Like, I'm going to keep this channel just for streaming trials. It's just going to be live streams. And I need to have that other channel for my videos because I really do enjoy streaming trials. I really enjoy the whole, ooh, Teacup, you guys are geniuses. Here we go. Teacup, this is a genius idea. Bendy, you should set up a chat for movies and shows. Yes! Perfect. That's so smart of you, Teacup. What is that name? What did we decide the name of my second channel is going to be? Docu-Crimes with Bendy? Is that what it is? Help me out again. Hey Jude is the one that came up with it. Cripes. I better scroll back up. Hang on a minute. Let me write this down because I will forget. I will absolutely forget. Which also, just so you know, that having a new channel means new graphics, new things. You know, I love making those. Okay, I think it is. Uh-oh, my pen is not working. Oh, yes, we also do need to talk about Gypsy, but we'll have to do it on the side. Okay, so Chicken Shite says, "Can I please give a spoiler on the Linda Sterner cats?" Yes, please, because I watched the testimony this morning, and they had Linda and Todd's biological sons testifying today. Y'all, they ain't got no love for Linda. None. Ooh, that's a good idea too. Docucrime with Bindi. Docucrime. That's what I wrote down. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hey, Jude. So yeah, Margie, I'm going to be live every day at this time, 12:30. Well, 12:30. Wait a minute. Owned 0 cats. Yes, I caught that too. Chicken Shite, and I was like, bruh, wait, what? So on okay. I don't understand the testimony prior about cats, but let me just say this. Okay. I did tell Alice and Matt because they were very, very upset about the situation and the unresolved nature of what happened to the cats. They did not like that, but I let them know that no cats were harmed or injured in any way, shape, or form because there were no cats. I don't know where that came from. So yeah. Erica, yes, 12:30-ish. Today I was a little behind. I so apologize for that. But I'm like, let me tell you guys, hold on, let me look at this. Let me open this up. Give me just a second. Okay. Hold on, what is this? I am about halfway through with the opener. These intros all videos take a long time, especially me because okay, so I had figured out how I wanted to because I came up with a little logo. So once I did that, then I was like, okay, but that took a little time. But for me, hey, Kimberly Jerome, good to see you. Okay, everybody, we're going to shower with Rachel. Hey, Crochet Lover. Hey, everybody coming in. I'm so glad to see everybody. We should be starting momentarily. We're just waiting for the jury to come in. Let me just make sure that we're up to speed here. Let's see. Here we go. Now we're live. I appreciate that, Erica. Erica says, I didn't know you were late. I was just giving you a term for a little leeway. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You're a good noodle. So I totally forgot. Anyway, but okay, so once I did the logo, when I watch back the intro with you guys, when I go live or whatever, I will see editing errors and it will bother me. I can see it in the intro I just played for you guys. Like I feel like the part with Dahmer goes on just a little bit too long, all of those things. So anywho, this time I watched some tutorials about some new tips and tricks and stuff. And so they'll give you a tutorial on what they do, but it's really, you have to figure out kind of how to apply that to your video. And sometimes that takes a little bit of time, but I wanted to, I don't want to have any, I don't have any regrets. So I'm taking my time on this one. And Yeah. So, anyway. Are we going to have sound, camera person? Come on, man. And I mean like man in general. I don't mean like I'm directing this at, I'm not calling the camera operator a man. Oh my God. Well, while we wait for them to figure out sound.
The patient on the floor to the right proceeded to the patient to start an assessment and evaluation.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm pretty confident, yes, he would have been quicker getting off the truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
My assessment revealed that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing, so I would have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was, let's see, 2 gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you assess that when you first entered? That's my question.
Once I'm doing CPR, I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? I'm kind of trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't, I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my recall, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off. And knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, don't cut through where the holes are. So she could have cut down the side instead of on the top of the body.
And do you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there. Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video or I get the picture yesterday. All 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
Approximate dates 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those individuals? Yes.
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both?
Correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
Never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first-timer would react?
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these first-timers, they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
And so do you show them, or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them, like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay? But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first-timers?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, you know, for a bunch of first-timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
I mean, you could obviously show on a person. You could show on yourself.
If you couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth, is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before that just want to have the training, it's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest or?
Well, it varies depending on if the patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American Heart offers. So in those courses, they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long, like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call? Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a 10-second break, you just do compressions?
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could like take turns, like I do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question, relevance.
I'll sustain it as the compound question. You can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
So how long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we're going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there,
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay, and then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to?
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long, after the rolling over, you started doing compressions again, is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute
So maybe 2 minutes total?
during that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart
And
monitor?
you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first compressions?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or...
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next.
It could take, you got to turn it on, open up a compartment to get the pads out of that compartment. You've got to open that packaging to be able to apply it to the patient's chest area. If the chest is wet, which there's some blood, you need to dry that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute possibly of working through that.
Okay. And did you have to do that in this case, is remove blood to stick them on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other 2 firefighters kind of working through that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chicken
So I
Shite.
understand
Hold on, Lori.
correctly,
Excuse
did
me.
you,
Thank you, Chicken Shite, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you for supporting me and the channel so much. Let me just rewind it back shortly for Lori.
so I understand correctly, you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where then you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we would do.
Okay. But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that because I was doing chest compressions, so I would assume one of my colleagues did that completely. That's typically what we do.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the 3rd time, and then you stopped that at some point. Was there another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time is when we would have called the patient.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, would be considered the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call, kind of running it, kind of made that final decision.
And that would be Captain Keller? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa,
And
for
then he
gifting
did
a
call it
membership.
at-
I
do you know what
appreciate it,
time?
babe. I might have missed it.
It
Thank
would've-
you.
I don't have it memorized, no, it would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
And who documents that?
He would have
He
documented
would have
that.
done it? In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
No, not in preparation for today. Not the actual audio, no.
No.
No, not today, not for this.
What did you review for today?
I was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department. I was able to look at the paper documentation.
What does that chart consist of?
There would be scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done. The heart rhythm from the monitor gets attached to it.
So that would all be in Captain Keller's report?
Correct.
And you did take a look at that in preparation for today?
Yes.
And did you write a report regarding this incident?
No.
You don't have to document anything?
Just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total report, is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the report?
Correct.
And that's the same for the other two firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
Okay. So they don't have their own individual reports as well?
No.
Okay. And what time were you dismissed from the scene?
We probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time. I don't necessarily have it by memory.
So how long were you at the scene total?
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And then you were like the driver of the truck, right? Was that your responsibility? So you
Correct.
drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something like that, then you left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 20, 25, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched, driving to the scene. So if you're wanting to know actual on-scene time, it might be closer, instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
It can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes besides administer to the patient?
So I'm including in that time while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene, for us to drive to the scene. There's the time with the patient, and then there's going to be the cleanup afterwards. Removing our equipment, going outside. Maybe the equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for another call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to another emergency and then drive away.
Okay. So when you were done with the patient and you were going through that procedure of cleaning, were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside, typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And then what do you do?
We have cleaning chemicals on the truck that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would be able to answer that question.
Okay. So did you, was anybody in firefighting on your team, the four of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
Can I object? Relevance?
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm
All right,
going
I'm gonna
to, maybe we can
hold on.
sidebar.
Yeah, I don't want to. All right, let's go on a sidebar.
All right, so while they sidebar, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you exactly what my brain was thinking in this moment. So, as I've sat here and listened to Lori ask the questions that she's been asking both yesterday and today, I kept thinking, what? This seems vaguely familiar, not even vaguely, oddly familiar. Okay. And today I realized why. Brace yourselves. All right. Remember the podcast Field to Fire that Lori and Melanie Gibb did with Chad Daybell? Remember when Chad Daybell talked about meeting Jesus and Lori's ridiculous who gives a rat's fat kneecap question was, Chad, what was Jesus wearing? Remember that? This is that all over again. Asking questions that nobody cares about. You met Jesus himself, and Lori's question is, well, what was Jesus's outfit of the day, Chad? I'm so curious. That's what it is. Irrelevant. Nobody cares. It's a question that Lori is that kid in class. You're about to get dismissed and it's going to be early. You're going to get to leave class early. And Lori is that kid who asks a question about the homework that has nothing to do with the actual homework assignment and that causes you not to get dismissed early because then she has follow-up questions that have nothing to do with the original question or the answer that she just got. That's who Lori is. That's why we don't like her. Aside from being a monster and a child killer, okay? Her own children at that. That also. But in addition, this is why. This is why. Because before she was the monster, she's always been this monster. Let's not get it twisted, okay? Being this isn't some kind of monster. You don't just become this type of monster overnight. You're always this monster, okay? But before the world knew that she was this type of monster, okay, she was that annoying kid in class. That's who she is. There. This poor firefighter. I feel so awful for him. Yes, it's this kind of question. Let me ask it in my Lori Vallow voice. If a car is traveling at the speed of light, then turns on the headlights, does anything happen? And then you get the answer, and then she says, also, what kind of snacks do you think they're eating when they turned on the headlights at the speed of light? Ugh. That's who she is. Oh, goodness. Oh, she drives me nuts. Absolutely bananas for no reason. Like, these are the most irrelevant, ridiculous questions. Okay. The better question to ask him on cross examination would be if the 911 dispatch operator told Alex to perform CPR, could you tell whether he, just something else other than that? I totally lost my train of thought because I'm so distracted by how annoying she is. I'll think of a good question that she should. Thank you, Shaggy. I appreciate that. Like, she would totally blaze past the fact that you're traveling at the speed of light, okay, in a car. All right, that would just be like right over her head, just completely over her head. Ooh, this is a good question. Lily's Corner wants to know, will the jury be told she's been convicted for murder? Well, they did address this, and it's a little bit gray. The judge said that he would make his ruling at the time. See, the thing is, this falls under the old 404 rules of criminal procedure, which basically talk about prior bad acts. Okay, you need to the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lori committed this specific bad act, and prior bad acts evidence tends to get the jury to sort of believe, well, if she was capable of doing A and B, then she's the type of person that would and could do the crime for which she's actually on trial. And so a lot of times that evidence doesn't come in because it can be more prejudicial than probative. I think it's going to be, I think it's more than likely going to be kept completely out. But remember, with Murdaugh, his trial, all that financial stuff wasn't really supposed to come in. But then, oops, I didn't mean to hit my microphone. But then, oops, it did end up coming in because the defense opened the door on their cross-exam. Also, can I
just a few more questions?
Yeah, hold on, Lori. I'm speaking. Don't interrupt. So rude. Also, you guys hear that noise in the background whenever Lori's at the podium? What is that? It almost sounds like she's moving handcuffs. I don't think she's handcuffed, but it almost sounds like that, or she's moving zip ties.
Mr. Cowden, is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't?
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen,
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
yeah, I don't know. Right.
Okay.
You're just
So
going to push
there isn't-
hard.
Hold on, hold on.
So-
Sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to a radio, 911, instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene, with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No.
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
Yes.
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes.
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
Yes.
We talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
After the cutting?
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
No, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No.
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
Yes.
so that they don't go brain dead?
Yes.
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
Correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I had stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines. But I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
I mean, you guys aren't wrong. This, in the side chat, this is ridiculous. You know, there isn't the only person that would ever be qualified to defend themselves in a court of law would be an attorney who was on trial. Alec Murdaugh could have defended himself, but he didn't. Instead, you know, he had the poot. Uh-oh, what's going on now? What happened? What's happening? I guess none of the questions can be asked. All right. We're going to call another witness. What's happening here? Mac, can I help you? I don't understand why we can't hear the questions if they're written down. Right, Nitka Ditka, an attorney wouldn't be their own counsel because there's a saying, an attorney who defends themselves has a fool for a client.
State calls Ken Keller.
All right, so you're going to come on up here. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Please state your name for the record. solemnly swear the testimony
Nitka, I love you, babe, but please don't use that word, please.
So help you God.
My chat anyway.
All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left.
Well, Tess Max says it's a weird rule. I don't understand it either, Jenlyn. Well, not only do I not understand it, I don't like it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did you retire?
April of 2022.
And how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk about 2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a 4-person crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I'm a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
And can you tell us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there's constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMT-B, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
Okay. And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's an individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear, we spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from 2 different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone. So
even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone?
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Okay. Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into, you're in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized?
No.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't. To his sides, I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, to this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like?
If it adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here that
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be, yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes,
Why is that?
because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood possibly on there and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
Okay. So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given?
Yes, ma'am.
And the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given?
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person is shot and deceased, and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them, you could go through a shirt and not see them, so you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm is, at this point, they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Okay. Now, when you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient, rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believe CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to
Yes.
see if he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I am charting. So I am, in this particular case, I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting, listening to what they're telling me, and having them, I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see have gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes.
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
Back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay, so he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back. Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity, so there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin, and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy-looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay, and then you said lividity. What does
Yes,
that
ma'am.
mean?
So lividity is the pooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart, the blood just starts to pool there.
Yes,
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So your patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but so a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question? You asked that again? I'm
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole, no electrical rhythm in the heart. Flat line for,
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
yes ma'am, always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function, if you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in, the pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch, or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks, it gives way, so, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
In this case, you came in, he wasn't breathing, he was pulseless, his pupils were dilated, the heart monitor said there was no activity, correct? Yes. When you looked at his back, you noticed both mottling, which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body?
Yes, and modeling was on the front as well.
Okay.
So as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, you know, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it, so.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut and
Yes.
he was exposed?
Yes.
As well as when he was rolled?
Yes,
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there?
yes,
When you, I guess, obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
yes.
Who decides to end life-saving measures?
I do, as well as the rest of the crew. So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred. So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone's been shot and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Well, as little as possible. So what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
Well, when I arrived, my job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
So no obvious injuries to you?
No.
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
Of course.
Did you see that same person outside when you left?
Yes.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Mitchell?
Did you overhear her talking or saying anything?
I did overhear her talking with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to a pool party because of the commotion at the house or something, so.
What? Did you have any formal interaction with her?
No.
Ooh, hot mic, hot mic.
When you
Lori said, what?
sort of completed and left this scene, looking back and assessing it based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Captain Keller.
Yes.
You were first on the scene?
The police department was first, but yes, we were the first fire unit.
First fire on the scene. And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging, when there's some violent incident, the fire department, the firefighters don't have protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to a place where, close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety, but close, so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
So that would be like a couple houses away, or?
Could be a couple
Really?
houses, could be behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call, so you want to make sure that you are a little ways away, you know,
Okay.
in case there was more gunshots.
Right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get the all clear?
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh,
cam.
you don't wear body cam? Okay. You were just that was a picture from you on the body cam?
On one
On
of the
someone
police
else's
officers,
body cam?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
It wouldn't help me. I'm not trained to do that, so we don't have that. It's not within our scope of practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay. You explained the modeling being patchy-looking skin?
Yes.
Because of no oxygen to the skin, is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand, would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress, as as less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
I could not say early or late, just modeling.
That modeling was present
Yes, yes.
at that point. So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
Different for different people, I
People.
suppose.
so it could be a minute? 5 minutes?
Yeah, he's already indicated.
Hold on.
Doesn't know.
Rephrase the question, I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Okay. So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you saw that as well?
yes.
And in your estimation, would that have happened soon? You know what oh, that's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun?
Yes.
And was it advancing how far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does lividity,
backs of his arms.
start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
I suppose it does.
Okay. And if you were on any kind of medication, would that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch, and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay. You just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside, is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in it when we
Okay.
arrived.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't saying like shooter is in-house or shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay, that wouldn't be,
Not to us.
That's what I'm saying.
That might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping?
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling first.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Yes. I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes.
Do you see lividity in those people?
No.
Do you see modeling in those people?
No. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes.
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
Right. It is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used in determining to end any life-saving measures?
Yes.
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
No.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness, the best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well, yes. Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely have been cracked loose from the rib cage. And there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. Obviously you do CPR or CCR sometimes when there's not trauma, cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling only at the neck and not spread out further?
Yes.
The lack of pooling underneath the victim?
Yes, and the mechanical action of decompressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It wouldn't just have gone where gravity is.
So where you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That was my interpretation of it, yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest.
No.
Would ongoing CPR movement of the blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
Sorry, you guys, there was a little kerfuffle at the casa. But everything's fine now. A little out of breath. I mean, this is the first comment that I saw that I'm just. Mary says she should be asking about the 11 secret herbs and spices. You guys, there's no way I could get through this whole trial if it weren't for this chat, because Lori is ludicrous. We need this. We need a couple of videos. We need this one.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
And I don't want to play it because it's a little bit longer, and I'm worried that as soon as I start playing it, they'll start talking. So I'll wait. But when Lori is completely done, and while we wait for the next witness, then I'll play the We're All Dumber Now. Okay? Don't you guys worry about that. It will absolutely get played. Okay, so Chicken Shite says that we can hear the jurors' questions, but not when the lawyers are talking about them. So, okay, I haven't heard a single question. So does that mean that they talked about them and they found that for legal reasons they can't ask those questions? I'm pretty sure it's going to be lunch after this too. Let's see. Talking. Look. Who you? Look, that's funny. Look at it. Look. Oh dear. Okay. Now let's just keep waiting. The reporters are telling what the questions are. Okay. Gotcha. I don't know if the judge is going to have a little drinky at lunch, but man, I kind of want a little drinky because you got, yes, you got it. I am making him dance. You got to enjoy the little things, you know? You got to enjoy the little things while we just sit here and wait endlessly for nothing. Now, I need to know if we're going to have this issue like we had yesterday. Okay. So we're going to hear that whenever they go to lunch, they get an hour for lunch. So that means, but see, when there was a delay for Leilani Simon. Okay. And even though there was that delay, lunch was an hour. So there wasn't the hour was the hour because we were already 30 minutes behind hearing that lunch was in an hour.
We have some juror questions for you. Was there any attempt to gain venous access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
It's not indicated for trauma. It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do nothing. So in trauma, it is not indicated.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
Yes.
Was there a physician patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our ability and part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow up based on those questions if you want.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, how about the state?
Just a couple. Sir, when would you use ephedrine?
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based code. If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance, you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
So when you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound?
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
So that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and
Yes, yes.
you were asked about.
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here, you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment.
Right.
Are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure. You would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but you would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that?
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment?
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications and through our training. So we are operating under a doctor's license at any time we are operating. So that doctor or this group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision, yes.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or
Yes.
save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions, yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, let me get over here to let's see. All right, let me hide this on the stream real quick. All right, so what do you guys think so far? I mean, okay, now I asked about the lunch situation. What do you guys think? Just an hour from now. So right now for me, it's 2:46. So at 3:46, they should be back.
Time and advancements in technology may change what was able to be extracted, but that's different than the state withholding information.
That was the state's reading of the affidavit. I think the other concern comes from the fact that back on March 18th, when the state was filing motions to preclude Lonnie Dworkin, the court had a discussion with the defendant about this, about whether or not she wanted to waive time, to have time for her expert to do this. And at that time, the court asked her if there was any one device that she wanted to review, which was, from the defendant's own mouth, Charles Vallow's phone. So now we have a motion that was filed, mind you, 7 days after they received the affidavit from their expert. So they held off on disclosing that while we weren't in trial, and then in the middle of trial, filed it, asking for information on numerous other devices that are in various other police agencies' possession. So although I think ultimately, I mean, the big issue is clearly the state would object to any motion to dismiss. There is no exculpatory evidence. There's no even discussion of exculpatory evidence in Mr. Dworkin's statement or their very minimally fact-invasive motion, let alone any prosecutorial misconduct. But I think we're back to the issue of Mr. Dworkin and what he's going to be permitted to bring in or talk about at this point in this trial.
All right, did you want to argue that motion right now?
Not right now.
Well, when do you want to argue it?
Well, the main problem, do you want me to argue it right now?
I'm not asking you to, but I indicated when I read your motion that it does appear not to be any discovery violation, but that the state turned over the evidence that it had at the time, and advances in that software that maybe make more information available upon an extraction than was available when they did the extraction isn't a discovery violation. I'm looking at this as more of a discovery request for additional information, which at this point in the game, I'll allow you to do your discovery requests, but I don't know that any information that's discovered between now and the end of trial would be coming in because it's so late.
In reading that affidavit, I would agree with you that that was my initial thought as well. But the problem is that the problem that we have here is that that software was available and those things were available and they were not handed over from the state. They were never handed over from the state, and they've had that information for years. So that's why we filed that motion, is because of our expert was able to download the one device that we got, that he was able to see that the complete downloads were never given, that these are reports of downloads when we know that the state had available the entire complete extraction in the first place. They just didn't give us the entire extraction. They gave us the reports of the extractions, the ones that they wanted us to have. So those were available according to the technology. They just didn't give them to us on all of the devices. But we only have proof of it on one device because that's the only device that we were able to do in a timely manner.
All right. I want to clarify a little bit. They gave you the full extraction that was available to them at the time.
No, they pulled a report from the full extraction and gave us that. That's what they gave us.
State want to respond?
Your Honor,
when you extract data from a device like a cell phone, it is put into a formula where it is not readable by anyone, which is why then you use the Cellbrite technology to basically parse that data into areas that we can read and view and review. So
Is that what was given to the
that is
defense?
what was given to the defense, was the 2019 or 2020 version of the Cellbrite technology that was used to take that extraction and put it into a readable form so that you can look at, for instance, not having to search through all this data to try to find out a text message. All of them are put together with dates and times and people and locations.
Your Honor, I would request that we can have a hearing on this so that I can bring in Lonnie Dworkin and he can explain that what they did not give us.
Well, just reading his affidavit is what they gave you is what they had available to them at the time. There's no affirmative duty for them to, every time a new software version comes out that makes maybe more data available, to rerun all the information.
We're not claiming that it is. We're claiming that they had a full extraction and they gave us a report of that full extraction instead of the full extraction on all the devices. It's not what only was available to them. They did have that available, they just didn't give it to us. It's cherry picking. It's
Okay.
cherry picking is what we got.
I don't read your own expert's affidavit the same way you're reading it, but,
That's why I'd like him to be able to come in and explain it. Can we set that up?
well, we can set that up at some point, but again, this is all late, and it's unlikely that anything that's happening would lead to him being allowed to testify, but maybe we'll do that this Friday or something. I don't know. We'll have to squeeze it in, but I'm not going to make the jury wait to do that.
Okay.
We'll be at recess until 1:30.
This is basically the calls between Lori and her attorney and while she was at the jail all over again. Okay. She doesn't understand how these things work. And so rather than just say, bruh, I don't know how these things work. No. It's got to be a conspiracy. Also, we this was an issue during Todd Mullis's post-conviction relief hearing where they do the extraction at the time the crime has occurred, okay? Which would have been in 2019 when they were investigating this, okay? So they would have used whatever they had available at that time to do the extraction. And then, yes, it's been, 6 years? So inevitably, there's at least been one update, right, to the software. So just because there's been an update to the software and he's able to recover something that today in 2025 that they weren't able to recover in 2019, that's not them withholding shit from you, Lori. Like, this is wrong. This is the issue with her completely. She has a persecution complex. She's always being in her mind. Everybody's out to get her. Everybody is persecuting her. It's ridiculous. It's just not the way it is. Lori, you are not that special. Nobody gives a rat's fat kneecap enough to get up and try to mess with you just to mess with you, okay? Nobody cares that much just to get up every morning and decide how they're going to F with Lori today. Like, get over yourself a lot. It's ridiculous. And just because you want a meeting, you are incapable, I think. I think you're intentionally obtuse. You know damn right well what that affidavit reads, okay? It's not like your expert is a lawyer. So it wasn't written in legalese. It was written in regular, everyday, plain English, which you speak and read and write in. So how you don't understand, you do understand, but you don't want to understand. That's why you are being deliberately obtuse. Look at how she gets me all riled up. Like I can hear myself. Let me calm down because I'm yelling. I'm over her making accusations like she does. I'm over her constantly claiming that there's some sort of agenda, conspiracy to come for her all the time. Everybody is against her all the time. Her family is against her, you know, the police is against, everybody's against her. It's ridiculous. Well, I forgot, Rachel, that she's an exalted being. So, she's very special. I'm going to give you, while we're at lunch here, I think we have roughly about 34 minutes left on lunch. Yeah, blaming first responders. Maybe you didn't maybe you didn't do CPR, right? First responders. Were you calm? I mean, it's all ridiculous. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys, and there's no other way for me to do this other than like just to do it. Okay. So here's the deal. This is the body cam footage that she is talking about. Okay. This is the interview that she's talking about. But what she wants is where they actually take her into this room and they sit down with her. She thinks that there's video from that, but we're going to watch it. Yes, Tylee is in it. There's no way like for me to get around that. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry. I wish that I could. But I want us to see like what it is that, she is over here doing, trying to make something out of nothing, pretending that there is some other footage of this interview that exists when there isn't. She's full of baloney. So I'm going to take this off. Let me edit this really quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let me do it like this. All right, hold on a second. Ow. All right, I'm going to show you guys this. All right. Excuse me. And we'll watch this and then we'll, closed captions are on. All right, let me push play on this so we can get the closed captions going so I can move them to the appropriate direction. All right, here we go.
Lori? Hey, Officer Patelli, contact us. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Well, look who it is. Old Mel G. All up in the mix. Surprise, surprise.
We got enough chairs for everybody? Yeah, I think so.
Make Lori sit on the floor.
No, I won't fit with those handles.
All right, you guys.
It makes my hips rather wide.
Told me to file a report.
Okay. Yeah.
He's like, it's just good to have it on record, so.
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of info from dispatch. Said he stole your phone.
What happened?
Your purse.
Why don't you tell us what happened?
So yesterday, I got in an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids, we spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. And so this morning when I took my son to school, which he goes, when I went into the school to take him into school, he was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of the car. my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked, but the sunroof was open because we have a service dog and he was in the car and I didn't want to, my son was kind of throwing a fit. I didn't want to get them both out of the car because it was a mess this morning. And we didn't have any of our stuff because we spent the night in a hotel and he was out of his element. So I didn't lock the door for like the first time ever, and he like, whatever, either got it out, I don't remember if the door was locked, he got it out, or he reached through the sunroof and just got it.
Okay.
But then he started texting all my family and all my friends and impersonating me and got my friend lured over to the house to meet him, where he had like kicked in the door to get into the house and stuff, so.
And you did that this morning?
Last night.
Last night, okay.
Which I'm glad we went there. So.
Right, okay.
And so when I got there, I'm like, Lori? Where's Lori?
But he
Oh, she's
texted
not
her
here.
from my phone because he was pretending to be me, saying, oh, come meet me at the house, and whatever.
Okay.
So.
How did he, what did he say to you then?
He said, can you come to the house now?
And then when
And
you
I
got,
was like, sure, yeah, and
okay.
then I proceeded to act like he was himself.
Do you have the text messages on your
I
phone?
have it on my phone, but so when I got there, I said, you've been using Lori's phone to connect with me. He goes, sorry, I deceived you. I said, oh, okay, yeah, you did. And luckily, there were some other people there that were,
So he was changing the locks and probably got the door
locksmiths were
fixed
there.
where he kicked it in, so that.
The locksmiths were there, so I'm glad that they were there. But there was a white Suburban, which I don't know, it was up in there. I don't know where he got that car, but anyway, it was a few vehicles, so I didn't know, who, I suspected it would be her. I should have noticed that your car wasn't there, but I didn't notice that. So.
What kind of car do you drive?
An Infiniti QX80 black.
So you got to the house and then you got there, he said, yeah, I deceived you, and then
Yeah,
what
so
was
I
he
said,
calling you
"Where's
there for?
Lori?" He wanted me to come over there and get some information about her, pretty much.
Oh, okay, what did he ask you?
He was asking, like, what's got into her, like,
Where is she, right?
Where is she? Of course, I didn't say where she was. I didn't know where she was. She didn't actually.
I didn't tell anybody,
She
but
didn't tell me.
tell her out because I just thought it was safer for everybody to know.
Yeah, he just basically wanted me to take his side, I think, and just say,
Told her how crazy I was and
Right.
stuff like that, so.
And what was your name?
Melanie,
Melanie. Your last name?
Gibb.
GIBB.
Okay, just because for documentation later, what's your date of birth?
So easy to remember.
So, okay, so he had you come there, was asking you questions, so, like, is this something that's happened before, or is this like,
Unfortunately, yeah, we've had
Okay,
to
so
even
you
go to hotels just while he calms down or something, so we've done that before.
what is it, like, that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Does he say why?
He just goes nuts sometimes. But
Just goes
this
nuts
time
sometimes.
I caught him cheating and I had evidence and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it and told him not to come home and that his stuff would be gone and that his car would be gone and all this thing. So he's a little mad.
She's just trying to protect herself. Yeah.
But I just left with the kids because I didn't want them in all the drama.
Yeah.
So then you took your phone and purse, and has he tried to make contact with you since?
He's trying to contact me through her. He has
Through
my
her?
phone. I don't have a way to be contacted.
Yeah. And I didn't.
I wasn't
know her,
sure.
I didn't know what her. I couldn't contact her.
Nobody
The
could
way it says
contact
she
me.
called
I just went and bought a phone so I could have a phone, a little
Yeah. So.
throwaway phone. So I could.
Have you called him to ask him if he'd bring your stuff back?
Well, he talked to her about it. So.
And what was,
Yeah. I said, would you be willing to give me the purse for Lori? And he goes, no, unless she does this, and all these.
don't speak in generalities, I want
sorry.
specifics.
He wants
What
me
did
to
he
meet him
say?
at therapy today
So
or
he
something.
wanted
Or
to
something.
meet him
Okay.
at therapy.
But he wasn't going to give you the purse. He just was saying he'd give it to me if I meet him there.
Okay,
But I don't really
And-
want to talk to him today if I don't have to. So.
okay.
Yeah.
So if we have him bring the purse back, are we all good? Like, I mean, you're not willing to meet with him with a therapist or anything to try to get it back?
I don't want to meet with him because I don't know. He's very sneaky. So like what he'll do is meet me in the parking lot and mess around with me,
Okay.
whatever. Like he's not going to just.
What if we
let
called
me
him
walk
and
into therapy
see if he'll
by-
come here and we can facilitate him giving your purse back?
You wanna try that? I know he has it because he
Obviously, he's texting her.
texting all my, and
Yeah.
all my family and the kids too.
Yeah, he definitely has her phone, so we know it was him that took the purse, because he.
What's he texting you?
Well, I have the text. He was basically just texting me. He's acting like that my son was in danger. I'm worried about JJ's safety and things, and texting her like he's gonna. So he at first texted me, "You doing okay today? Hey girl, are you like please your mom? I may not be home for a bit. Love you." Sent me a strange link to a website about our church.
About
that
crazy people.
Yeah. Said this is what's happening, and then he texted me at almost midnight. "I'm so sorry, but I have no choice. I'm just sick. Danger. I had no choice." Which he didn't file a police report or anything as far as we know, so I'm just assuming he was trying to get a response, and then "I love you." He was,
Police report about what?
or I don't know, but he was acting like he did something.
And then those text messages came from, do you have it entered as mom's phone or?
No, that was from him.
That's before
That was from his phone.
He
didn't take the
yeah.
purse until 8:30
This was last
when I was
night.
at school. So that was from his
Okay.
phone.
And he was sending word for word the same text to my cousin, like
What's his name?
Charles.
What's his phone number?
He has the same last name as you, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vallow. Charles Vallow.
So my friend told me, my friend that's a police officer, he said, "Go file a report, file a restraining order, all that stuff." I don't want to do all that stuff. I just wanted to be on record, and if you can get the purse back, that'd be lovely, because all my stuff is in there. I'm really mad about my lip gloss.
What
All
about
of
credit
their stuff
cards?
could be- Well, he has all the cards and all the
Yeah.
stuff, so he's mad because I took the money out of our account, but it's a joint account, so he wants me to give him money.
Okay, well, that's all a civil issue.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Purse, there's no reason why he's walking around with your purse, your ID, that he doesn't have a right to.
right.
Married or
That's what
not
I'm saying. All the
married.
rest of the stuff is our joint stuff together.
Yeah,
So.
all right. We're gonna leave the room temporarily. We're gonna try to give him a call, see if we can't get this rectified.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, we'll go back here. Do cell phone. You want to try calling or you want me to call?
I don't know, this one's a little confusing for me, honestly.
No problem. All right. I love these calls.
Oh yeah, I would actually love to hear how you did it. What's that? Charles.
Hi, this is Officer Edgerton at Gilbert PD. Is this Charles? Hey, Charles. The reason why I'm calling right now is your wife's at the police department claiming you stole her purse and her cell phone. Okay, you realize they don't belong to you, correct? Okay, so that's a civil issue, and she's responsible for every penny when if you guys end up going through divorce proceeding. Okay, and you also texted a friend to meet you at the house last night? Under the guise that you were her? What was that for? So you texted a friend of hers to meet you at the house last night using her cell phone. What was that all about? Oh, this morning? Okay. Yeah, we read the report from earlier today regarding you not being able to get into the house and everything, so. I do not have the order in front of me, so I cannot do that. It's gotta be approved, and I know I cannot I cannot get her, well, it's gotta go to our sergeant, who's gotta call, verify that it's good, and then we get dispatched. So that's just how the process works. And I can't keep somebody against their will, without a warrant or the valid. Well, I'm telling you right now, we have a process. You come here, you turn it in, it goes to a sergeant. Sergeant calls the doctor. Okay, well, I don't have that, and for all we know, it's not valid anymore. I do not know. What I'm concerned about. Yeah, well, that's not what I'm discussing a whole separate issue right now, and that's her getting her belongings back. Okay, you're saying it's at the house, which you changed the locks on, correct? So she doesn't have access to. Yes. So unless you want to be charged with theft, we need to get that purse back to her. If you want to come here with the purse and that order, we can get this all try to figure it out. And the purse, and her cell phone. Okay. So how soon can you be here? We're at the police department, 75 East Civic Center Drive, Gilbert and Warner. Thank you. All right, how long? All right, but he says he's coming with the order.
So this should get interesting.
It's gonna get real interesting.
I don't even know. So, all right. I guess this could, yeah.
All right. That's the part.
Yeah.
All right. So as you can see, the cops, I mean, but this is what Lori wants. She wants the audio and video from this room because she thinks that that they were recording in the room.
And when I talked to him,
Hold on.
he was all upset, wondering what are we going to do about that. I have no, until it is verified by my sergeant that it's still active, they still want you. I can't hold you against your will. But if it's verified by my sergeant, which she says could take a little while, then if it is verified, then I have to take you to Community Bridges. It's a mental health behavior place to get looked at. But while it's being verified, I have no right to keep you and hold you, just so you're aware. So he's supposedly en route with your purse and your phone, and then and the order also, which needs to be verified by my sergeant. So we will facilitate the transfer of the purse and the phone, and while we go give the mental health petition to my sergeant, and she's verifying it, you do whatever you feel you need to do.
Okay.
How we're gonna get that to go away, I do not know. You may need to you can probably contact Community Bridges, that's CBI, Community Bridges. We have one, I don't know if you even want to just go up there, at Mesa Drive and Baseline. It's off Javelina, which is the street before you get to the freeway, if you're going north towards the freeway. Find out what you need to do to prove yourself, because what it is committal paperwork.
Right.
They can hold you for 24, 48, however long they deem it necessary to get you evaluated.
Right.
Based off just what your husband said.
Says.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, doctors play it
Sorry.
safe.
I just think it's funny because he's trying to tell everything.
Just let him
Right.
explain.
So,
That's very smart.
Because I'm really the one that did
And-
something wrong.
but, well, here's the thing is, I don't know, and I'm not gonna take sides.
Right, no,
But
I
just
don't know.
talking to you, I mean, I don't see you being a danger to yourself or anybody else. You got your kids to school.
Right.
I don't know, but I'm not gonna play side. I'm just gonna let you know that we are required, if you're here, that we will, even with force if we have to.
Right.
If you're still here when it's approved, we'll have to take you to CBI.
Okay. And what is it called? I'm just gonna write it down.
Community Bridges.
Okay.
That's where we take you. Now, I don't know who he went through to get the order taken care of.
That's what I'm saying. How do you even get that? He got that in the middle of the night? How do you get something in the middle of the night?
It's, family members can do it for other ones who have like drug dependency or not getting help, mental health
Yeah, but how would
issues.
he get? He had to come here. Isn't stuff closed?
It's not here. There are places you can go. So,
How would you think of something?
I don't know.
That's
I don't
okay.
know.
Sorry.
So,
It's okay. It's okay.
It's called Community Bridges. Is that what you call it? I was just gonna write it down.
So I'm
But
going
they'll be
to,
looking for me, that's the whole thing, like, that's what.
we don't bust down doors to get you, but we will knock. So if you see police officers knocking, talk to them through the door if you really don't want to go.
Okay.
If you want a free medical evaluation,
I was
psychological
gonna say, I haven't
evaluation,
gotten any sleep in about 3 days. They have good facilities.
they do actually, from what I understand.
And a gym where I could work out.
yeah,
I'm
so-
kind of happy.
Like I said,
You'll be okay without your mama?
You are going to get a padded room.
so officers don't kick down doors to serve these. They're civil orders.
Right.
They're for your safety. It's not illegal. If it was because you're a danger to yourself, it's not illegal to kill yourself. So we
Right.
don't go busting down doors.
Right.
But if we make contact with you, there's nothing separating us. At that point,
You can
we
just
know
say
it's
anything
you.
you want about someone and get a mental health order against them.
Not, so if it's a family member, and depending on what he told the doctors, usually they'll do it just to be safe. Otherwise,
So
say
you can
something
say they're
happens to
suicidal or
you.
something and
Right,
get it.
so something happens, you do something to yourself, he's gonna go after those doctors. I told you, you didn't sign the order, she should have gotten help, that
Right.
sort of thing. So
Do
there
you
becomes
know?
some liability.
Do you know what he said?
No.
No?
1 Frank 17. 10:50. Edward 296.
So do you understand what he's saying? Like,
Yeah, I was talking to someone, that's why I didn't answer.
he's saying get the person home.
Yeah, we're aware. Let me step out. I'll talk to you. All right. Excuse me for a second.
Yeah.
I will come with you.
10-4. No, you can entertain them.
Okay.
Got any knock-knock jokes?
He dances really nice.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Get like a little performance.
Here we go.
Show us
Okay.
your equipment, how.
She's gonna apply to the academy. She's now a high school graduate, right? At 16.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, well, she got her GED, so she's moving on with life.
You really want to be a police officer?
Maybe. You never know.
We'll look forward to this stuff, man. Yeah, I'm actually pretty new myself, so I just got on. It's like my first month on training after out of the academy, so that's why he's doing a lot of the talking.
That's the best way to learn.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, so it's because, like, honestly, this is kind of a more unique call than what I've seen. This is a little bit different. I mean, like,
Rules with this kind of stuff.
well, and what's unique about it is either the theft or the petition was usually a separate deal. I mean, the fact that all of a sudden he stole your phone and then all of a sudden there's a petition out there too, it's like, well, so I've seen one or the other, I haven't seen both in one
Well, that's what
sitting.
he was saying then when he texted you that. I'm so sorry I had to do it. I was worried about you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm
Like,
at.
he literally
It's
hadn't
like
seen
probably a
JJ
good
for like
thing.
6 hours
Yeah.
and he'd been at school, so it's not like he was in any kind of.
Well, he was out of town, too.
Well, yeah, but still.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's a good thing you did come in because it will be a very one-sided story, so it's always good to kind of see
Yeah.
what's going on.
It's inspiring.
That was very smart. Yeah, and Jason's sweet.
What was
You
really
have
cool,
to tell
'cause
him I
I
love
was-
him.
So I was sitting there in the, coming out of her neighborhood after he conned me to go to the house, and I pulled over, by the pool. And then I see this guy that I know, like, just like.
Our good friend. who's a
Just
police
like
officer.
right in front of me on the side of the road, and I'm
Oh,
like,
wow.
that looks like Jason. I'm like, hold on, that's Jason. He's police guy. I'm gonna go. So I'm like, Jason, what are you doing over here? He goes, I was just going visiting Gary.
Oh, yeah?
I'm like, hey, I just want to tell you what's going on. He goes, yeah, go down to the police office now. I'm like, oh.
I mean, I was
That's
gonna
great.
do it after he took it, and I realized it was gone when I got back to the car. I was like, he's lurking around here. Like, that's creepy by itself.
Yeah.
But two, like, it's everything I have. Like, I don't have anything. I don't have money. I don't have ID. I don't have anything. And
Your
so,
car keys are normally attached to your purse.
yeah, but I
That's-
carried him in my hand.
yeah.
I just had him in my hand. I was dealing with JJ. He was
Thankfully,
like,
you had your keys.
he
Yeah.
didn't want to
Yeah.
go to school. He was like throwing a fit on the ground. And
Yeah.
so it was a rough morning as it was.
Yeah, I can imagine. So do you guys have separate cars?
We do.
What car does he drive?
So he has a Ford F-150 truck.
Oh, okay. So then the white Suburban, you had no idea what that was?
That was his buddy's car, he said.
He
His
said it was
buddy's
his
car?
buddy's car.
That's
He
what
doesn't have
said.
any
He doesn't
buddies.
have any buddies, so it was a white Suburban. I didn't know because it was two
I would
other
think it
guys
would
in the
be a rental
driveway, but then when
car.
I came back, he was gone, and I know it was his car, because the other, the guys fixed
Right.
the locks,
We're
their
still
cars
there.
were still there, so I know it was that one, because he
Huh.
left.
That's really strange. So what kind of questions?
Change the locks on me, I'm on the lease as well, the house.
Yeah, I don't think so. Honestly, I have to obviously confirm with him, but to be honest with you, you should be able to have access to it as well if it's your
Yeah,
house.
so he's
It's in
changed
my
them all,
name,
they're all
too.
changed probably by now.
Yeah, he's trying to lock me out,
Yeah.
just because whatever.
Yeah, I assume it would just because how we were saying you need to be able to, or he needs to be able to get in the house. It should be the same.
Right, so I can kick the door down too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
After
so.
it gets fixed.
Yeah.
I don't want
Yeah.
to be in there if he's in there, that's the whole point, that's why I left.
No,
Yeah.
it was creepy, I was like, oh my
kinda-
gosh, where's Lori, is she, I thought you were there,
Yeah.
it was so freaky.
I'm
So
sorry.
glad those two other guys were there though.
Yeah, I know that you weren't just there by yourself with him, that'd be
I
even worse.
I should have, like, in retrospect, I probably should have walked away quickly, but I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, I mean, who really
You
is?
were just
Kind
being a
of
good friend to
stuff.
me, so I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I
I'm
wasn't
sorry that you're
prepared to be
caught up in
in,
it. And he's
being
catching
deceived.
up everybody in it. He calls everybody on my phone. So now he has phone access to all my
Yep.
friends, and he's calling them all to tell them
Yep.
how crazy I am and whatever, because he got snagged,
And this is just a recent thing? Has he done this before, or like?
This is in like 24 hours. Like, or he's done stuff
Like, has he done this before? Yeah.
But this whole situation
Not this
happened.
extreme.
Three or four times that I can remember.
Yeah, 13 years.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, you guys. I got a little.
So really just a stand-up
Hold on a
guy
second. Let me push
overall.
pause. Okay, so what had happened was I was checking to see the status of lunch, and well, it looked like they were live again, but they're not. And it was very confusing. And so I accidentally pushed share this tab instead. My bad. She's so manipulative. Like okay. We know how the story is going to end for Charles. Okay. But to be fair, a lot of the things that were happening in this moment, okay, in January of 2019, those officers had no way of knowing. And also, some of the issues that they were actually dealing with on that day were civil issues. So there wasn't anything that they could do, even if they had wanted to. And Lori, this is why when I get asked about Lori and her religious beliefs, and this is why I'm hesitant, because she knew. She didn't go in there and say, well, by the way, not only did he take my purse, but I'm a goddess. So, and an exalted being. So he took a goddess and an exalted being's purse. Like, she didn't go in there and talk anything. She didn't talk about that at all. Okay. So Sarah Bellum says it won't be until 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. I'm confused about this. Okay. And here's why. If we're already, because there was a delay with, what's her name? Leilani Simon. There was a 20-minute delay. Okay. When they broke for lunch and said that they would be back in an hour, they were back in an hour, because we were seeing it 20 minutes behind. So I don't understand why, if he says that lunch is they'll be back at 1:30 their time, that's 3:30 our time. Oh, I get it now. Never mind. I had to work it out loud. All right, let's keep going.
Hey, I'm not making any judgments.
I know, you gotta be neutral, get it. I know, it's super awkward.
Okay, so they got him in there and they got you. Perfect. I'll just get. I already got your information, so we're good there.
So basically,
How did he even know to get a mental health thing? I don't even know how he would know how to do that.
Is that your
I
daughter's
have no
phone?
idea.
I'm assuming.
No, it's my mom's old broken phone.
Oh,
I
you
put
were
a SIM
using her
card
phone?
in. I went and
Okay.
bought a SIM card today and put it in so I would
Okay.
have something.
Yeah, no, you can't go without a phone now.
You just can't.
Yeah, is there any phone numbers you need that are my phone? You want to put your
Probably.
phone? Since you don't have access
Yeah, I
to
probably
phone
would need,
numbers?
I don't have phone numbers. I have my mom's old phone numbers. So I have family members, but not any of my friends.
Because you don't have that information.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put Jason and Thor and all our people.
Yeah, my friends.
So were you there with them when this was going on? You were there in the car or no?
No, she was at the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get your info. What's your first and last name? It's a different last name?
Yeah, so he's my stepdad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right
So
on.
she was 3. So.
Okay. And then do you live at the house full time with them? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. What's your date of birth? Cool. Yeah, because this one we entered and I'll need that info. So no big deal there. But yeah, so I guess we'll see what they say. But as long as you, I mean,
Did the person go?
well, yeah, it takes us a while to verify the order, so that's kind of like, yeah, so as long as the order's not verified, we can't serve it, so.
And is he'll be here too, or, is there a way we can go out without him seeing us?
Yeah, well, I think we'll probably facilitate it, so, I mean, either way, yeah. I'm not sure exactly.
I'm sure he'll have taken everything important out of there.
And in the scenario
Just
that
give me the purse with nothing in it, sorry.
in the scenario that she has to go with like my little brother, would he be like ordered to pick him up from school and take him?
Well,
Like,
there's no court.
Who
there's no
the,
court order, but like I
Yeah.
know, yeah.
are you saying, is Charles supposed to pick him up? Or are you saying, can you guys pick him up?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Like, who's gonna
if,
pick him up?
Could I pick him up and take him back to like the hotel?
Oh, yeah, I don't think that even
Okay.
matters, yeah, I don't think, whatever you guys gotta work out, I think. I don't know what you're planning on doing so, cause you're kinda saying you only want like a report, but is this gonna be like an ongoing thing? Like, is this like, are you concerned about getting back in the house? Like, what's the game plan now?
Now we are.
Yeah,
Now we are, that we know we changed all the locks.
yeah,
So we don't know what to do, really. Yeah.
yeah, I
Well,
don't
2
know.
days ago, he was like, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. All real super nice. And then when I actually had evidence, then he got really mad. Yeah.
So this all stems from him cheating and you finding out about it? Yeah, well, I think everyone's kind of learning a little bit on this one, so I can't even tell you what I think is gonna happen. We'll see.
It's just a sad scenario, as usual.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It is.
What school do you go to?
She graduated.
I just
Oh, you just graduated.
She's
You got your GED.
Yeah.
Also, what are you gonna do now? Because you
Great
got a few years
question.
before you be a police officer.
Yeah, I might start community college classes and then eventually transfer over to a university. But
She's working right
yeah,
now.
and I'm working.
Oh, okay.
But
Where at? Oh, nice.
Yep.
Good. As long as you're good at talking to people, that's pretty much a lot of the job. Seems like.
This is actually a good experience to get in here so you can learn what they do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Yeah.
not chasing people down and beating them up and.
There's a little bit of that. Not as much in Gilbert, I don't think. I mean, I haven't done too much of that
Not as
lately.
much as like in Phoenix.
Downtown Phoenix.
Right.
Yeah, our friend was downtown Phoenix police officer, and he talks a lot of those stories.
So your buddy Jason, you're saying,
Jason
is he
Howe.
Phoenix? That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, he's Phoenix.
Yeah, he had an incredible case where when he was taking the bad guy down, his hamstrings pulled off his legs or hip, and he was completely taken.
His hamstrings or the guy he was taking down?
No, his own.
Oh.
And so he can no longer perform as a police officer because of that.
Wow.
He retired. It took his life. It took his ability to work.
Wow. How long was he on?
He was on his bed for 3
3
years.
years.
while
It
they
took him
attached
3 years
him.
to
His story is really incredible.
It is an
Yeah.
incredible story. It took him 3 years to walk again, but the police department said it was a pre-existing addition and wouldn't pay for it.
Pre-existing
Pre,
condition.
yeah, sorry. So
Yeah.
But now
How do you walk into a fight, you're sitting there in your police car, and as he pulls off in the hot summer day to go chase this bad guy, you know? And then
Yeah.
you don't go to work with these not attached.
He couldn't
Yeah.
even walk, like for 3
So
years.
he's actually been supporting police officers and helping them because they haven't been getting their rights.
Nice.
He's for the police guys now. He has a whole organization and they're amazing.
Yeah, he does. He's
Wow.
really good.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
trying to remember
But
what
he's
the
now retired
acronym-
from.
Okay, so I mean, listen to these two clowns in there, not Tylee, just Melanie and Lori. Tylee's an innocent bystander. It's her mom. You know, I think she probably was doing what she felt was right and being loyal to her mom, although, poor thing, her mom never showed her an ounce of loyalty. Oh, they're calling somebody now. All right, hold on.
Hello, this is Gabe.
Hey, Gabe, this is Scott Gallus with the Gilbert Police Department. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Hey, the reason for my call, I'll just get right to the point. You're listed as a witness on a petition for an involuntary committal of a Lori Vallow.
Yes.
What can you tell me about? I'm just kind of doing a little bit of follow-up on this paperwork, and I was hoping you could just kind of enlighten me, because these things are handwritten, so sometimes they don't necessarily encapsulate everything that you could tell me.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough situation. I'll bring up to speed as best I know here, but his wife, she had been getting into some religious things that troubled him. The relationship was a bit odd in the last few months, and it kind of all came to a head when he went out of town. He had me listen to a conversation that he had with her where she was making some strange statements. You know, to be very clear, there was nothing threatening or terroristic of any kind. She didn't threaten to hurt herself or the children or him.
Okay.
She did tell him that she was going to get rid of his stuff, which actually was true. That when he got back, his things were actually gone from the house.
Okay.
When he returned, she had canceled his flights and done some other things to kind of make it really difficult for him to get back.
Yeah.
When he did return, he found that the house was all locked up. No one was home. Gilbert PD helped break in a door so that he could get in the house, and they cleared the house to make sure it was. He found some things missing, some clothes, a computer, but no one was home.
Okay.
And no evidence as to where they had gone.
So,
That's really the gist of it. I understand now from third parties that she is staying at a hotel, that she appears to be okay, the children are okay. I haven't talked to Charles here for a little bit, so I'm not sure where he is at.
okay. Let me ask you, sir, if I may. You said, did you listen to this? Was this like a live phone conversation, or was it a recording, or what did you listen to?
He put me in on a conversation. He just he didn't give me kind of warning on it. He just said, "Hold on a sec," and then I guess put me in on a conference call that he was doing with her.
Yeah.
And I thought I was listening to a recording at first, and then it dawned on me after a minute or so that this wasn't a recording, that it was actually a live conversation.
Okay.
And then it ended pretty quick right after that.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, she didn't threaten him, the children, or herself in that conversation?
No, everything was subjective. She did use the word destroy. She said, "I will destroy you," but it was done in a very subjective way that it didn't necessarily come across as a direct threat to him or the children or herself.
Okay. Like it could have been destroy his reputation or something less literal?
His spirit, for all we know, his spirit powers or something. It was just very non-specific.
Okay. When she was speaking, and I know you said it was short, did she seem coherent, or was she?
She seemed coherent, but her statements were strangely irrational. She was accusing him of something, but would not tell him what it was.
Okay.
She seemed to indicate, again, in a somewhat oblique way, that he wasn't who he said he was, that he was. And the only thing that actually concerned me out of the conversation that I thought was beyond the pail, so to speak, was, he said, hey, I just want to see the kids, and she said something to the effect of, well, you want the kids, I'll give them to you, which I thought was a bit strange for a mom to say.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what made me wonder what was actually going on in her mind at that moment.
Okay.
But she sounded very lucid as she was speaking.
Okay. All right, sir. I think that's all. I really appreciate your time. I know this is an awkward position for you to be in, but I do appreciate the extra info.
No problem. Obviously I want to see everyone treated the best they can, and if she is in a bad state, that she gets the right kind of care, and hopefully this will resolve itself in the best way possible for those poor kids.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would disagree with you. So,
Okay.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you, sir.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah. So now what, buddy? Hold on a minute. All right. So now what, buddy, officer? You got all that information, and that sure didn't meet up with what Lori was telling you. Now, did it? All right, I'm gonna play this for you guys. We're gonna listen to them talking about how Lori's doing as an attorney.
Yeah, I think he's, seems to have a really great temperament and demeanor for this case. Keyshawn Oz asks, why are Lori and the state so focused on CPR? If she performed CPR, could that help her case somehow? Well, we know she didn't, Kurt. But why would Lori be focusing so much on CPR? I mean, I kind of have my own kind of theories about that.
I think right now the state is methodically showing that they didn't try to help the victim in this case. And that will tie into the fact that this was not self-defense. If it was truly self-defense, they would have protected themselves and been like, oh my gosh, what happened? And tried CPR or called 911 right away. I think that's probably the state's theory. And I think she is trying to say, just bring doubt into that, like, hey, maybe we did act fast enough. They're saying that it was 45 minutes, but you can't really tell that from the physical symptoms on the body when you were there. How do you know we didn't try? They can't say that. And I think that's the focus, because the state is trying to discount that self-defense claim.
Mm-hmm. I want to circle back to the juror issue. Dustwich is asking, can you explain again why we lost 2 jurors? So when the first juror was dismissed yesterday, the judge had said something to the effect of the jury fund is not for alimony or child support. Judge said he would hate to lose a juror on day 1, but feels the juror should be excused, and the state agrees. So, Kurt, that to me sounds like something maybe like this was going to be a hardship financially on that juror who was dismissed on day 1.
I think that's right. I think what I heard yesterday too, if we're talking about the same juror, was that this juror was willing to serve, but had an issue. His employer had an issue with him serving for 5 weeks or whatever that may be, and brought that to the attention of the judge, and probably went, Judge, I can't lose my job, right? And my employer can only give me so much time. I think that was probably the case. So the judge thought that was best, and I'm not sure what happened today.
Yeah, and we don't know.
So Squirrel says, we were released early, court reporter. I'm eager to get home to listen to this trial. Thank you, most beloved Jen Lou et al. You are so welcome. You are so welcome. I think it's interesting how patient this judge is with Lori, like exceedingly patient. It reminds me of the great Judge Cranick. Judge Cranick was very, 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 very patient with Sarah. And he had, clear boundaries. But, you know, he had clear boundaries. He was firm with her, but he was patient. And Nameless says, Arizona is at fault for Charles' wrongful death. Sad policing. You know, I thought about this a lot. Okay. And I feel like I wish we could have seen those body cams in the moment. Back, like if we would have watched those in January of 2019, what would we really be thinking? What would we, if we were just scrolling the internet or scrolling the YouTubes, right? And we happen to come across those body cam footage, and we knew nothing about Lori or Chad, because in January of 2019, as you can see, Tylee was very much alive. JJ was very much alive. I wonder what we would have thought. I wonder what we would have said. I wonder what we would have done, because you see them following up with the doctor who signed the order to get Lori evaluated. And he said, even in that order, or even on that phone call, he said, she didn't make any threats. I don't think that anybody, I think Charles thought that she was a danger to herself more than anyone. And that I don't think that he ever could fathom that she would hurt those children, ever. And so I wonder sometimes, you know, because when we saw those body cam footage, or that body cam footage from Charles, at that point, the kids were missing. And actually, this might have come out. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me look at that again. Hold on a minute. Let me see when that was uploaded. Let me see. All right. Let me just see when this was uploaded really quickly. Yeah, this was uploaded April 8th of 2020. So we came into the picture after they were missing. And Lisa says, I think when a parent is concerned with the safety of his children, you believe it's true until you can prove it isn't. Here's the problem with that, though. Okay. And this is unfortunate. And this is, I think, why the cops reacted the way that they did. Okay. Because there are people, in this case, Charles was telling the absolute truth. He was not exaggerating. He was not, trying to use any tool at his disposal to get back at his wife. But there are people that do. They use CPS as a weapon. They use all of the things. So even if they did go missing in 2019, they weren't missing in January of 2019. So they went missing at the end of 2019. And this was uploaded April of 2020. I'm talking about what the police knew, what information they had on that day, unlike us who had other information. And Tess says he was basically foreshadowing exactly what happened. It's so sad, but how could anyone know? Yeah, exactly. And you're right, Tess, and I agree with this. This is what I'm trying to get at, and it's hard for me sometimes to get all of it out. So thank you, guys in the side chat, especially you, Tess, right now, because you're coming in clutch. This is what I'm trying to say. It's similar with Gabby Petito too. I think there just needs to be more of an understanding into these situations. I think it's important to remember that men can be victims too in Charles' case, in my opinion. Absolutely. We have several things going on simultaneously, right? We need to do better, like as an entire society, in recognizing that men can also in Charles' case, right, like, I get now what Tessa's saying. And I agree with this part. Let's just make this clear. Tess and I are both saying that Charles was a victim in, in Charles's case, whereas Gabby was the victim in her case, not Brian, okay? But we do need to do a better job. We do, it used to be this is what's so interesting about the day and age in which all of this occurred. It used to be that women were not believed. It used to be that when cops came out to investigate a case of domestic violence, they usually took the man's side. Then O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown Simpson, and that happened. And it shone a spotlight on the way that law enforcement responds to domestic violence situations, and it changed some things. So we still have, like, we're getting better, but we have a long way to go. And this is also true with Rachel says, honestly, the cops that seem to get it were in the Sarah Boone, George Torres situation, but he would not go against her. Common problem. Absolutely. Absolutely. They did get it. But I think what happened is they got it over time. I think because they were out there so often and then they saw Sarah, in how she acts and in all of her, shenanigans, as it were, that
In a way, it kind of preserves that item.
hold on. They were familiar with Sarah's brand. But in many cases, they're meeting these people on that day and on that day only. No, and you clarified just fine. The way that I said it, I didn't think I clarified it. So I clarified it for both of us because that's the kind of professionalism and courtesy you will only receive here at the ward and at Alex Erickson and at Melissa Jade. I just don't think I think that these officers did the best they could with the information that they had in that moment. A lot of the stuff that they were talking about, and they must have been quite intrigued because they went and made a follow-up call. You know what I mean? They must have thought, something doesn't seem quite right. You know? I just think the whole situation, I think, is sad and could have been avoided. And the people that I really that I really hold accountable for Charles Vallow's death are Zulema, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, Mel B, now P, Lori, of course, and Chad. Because those people and I can't quite figure out David Warwick yet, but I will. See, look, let me rewind this. This is why I be getting annoyed. Hold on a
The trial
second.
is going to resume. And so go get your snacks.
Hold on. And Jeanette. All right, hold on. I want to hear what she has
We
to
are
say.
going to wrap up our little lunch Q&A here. Obviously, it's lunchtime out where you are. So I hope you go out and get a snack. Everybody, we are on that 30-minute delay. So, court will be a little bit delayed coming back for the trial. But it did start just in the last couple of minutes. So stay with us. As I told you, we'll be doing this all week long. So tune in every day during the lunch break, and we will be here with you taking your questions. And so
And that's my big issue is that, hold on a minute. There were people in that inner circle who knew that Charles Vallow's life was in danger, and they did nothing. Not only did they do nothing, Melanie, Gibb, I'm looking at you. They helped Lori. And that's why I got nothing for the Melanies. And nothing for the Zulemas, really, either. I got nothing for none of them. They are all in on it. Now, they might be, and I kept thinking when Anissa Weier was talking about Slender Man, and then she's in the middle of her interrogation, right? And at the beginning of the interrogation, she's all, I'm a believer in Slender Man, right? But towards the end of the interrogation, all of a sudden she has this epiphany. No, I no longer believe. What I realize is that it is made up. And there was something about her saying that I could not quite put my finger on, remember? Okay, we're going to talk about that in just a second, Creative Minds. Give me just a second. Actually, I will be pulling that up. Give me a minute to pull this up. Oh, I didn't spell that right. Here we go. Okay. Give me just a second. Okay. There was something about her saying all of that also felt familiar. And I could not figure out what it was. And it is exactly the same. It's like they said the same thing. The reason why Anissa rubbed me the wrong way is because it reminded me of Melanie, both Melanies. All of the sudden they were participating in all the things, and they were doing all of the things, and then it comes right down to it, and they're like, we never believed. No, we never believed in any of that stuff. This is just, we participated, but we participated with a healthy level of skepticism. Whatever. No, they didn't. All right, let me look. Hold on just a second. Because I remember this. I was going to cover it, and I didn't. Give me just a second, you guys. Because okay, so there was this no, I didn't, Rachel. There was this pretrial hearing, okay? And whenever the pretrial hearing took place, it was like a year ago, okay? Lori said something about an immunity deal. And Arizona was looking at like, what? And then the state said something about that had to happen in Idaho. Now, what I think happened is that Melanie Gibb, Zulema, and Melanie P. likely got derivative use immunity. It's not total immunity. It doesn't mean that they can never be charged or they will never be charged. It's just that whatever they give in that statement, as long as they're telling the truth, they can't be charged. But I'm trying to find it. What is this? Just give me a second. I'm looking at something. Oh. Give me just a sec. I'm sorry, you guys. I will find this. But for now, we'll just have to, I don't know what we're going to do. This was a long time ago. I will try to find it and I will have it for tomorrow. I promise. But I can't find it right now. It's going to take me forever and ever, and we're supposed to be paying attention. But me and Allie have talked about this since it happened. And when this was a slip, I wonder if it's in my, hold on a minute, because I might have put it in my watch later. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes when there's something important, but I can't look at it right then.
State's prosecutors present, the defendant's present.
Let me see if I can find it. I'll be quiet now.
Judge, we do need to raise one issue. I was advised that juror, I believe 15, was looking at his cell phone during the testimony of the previous witness. I don't know if it was coincidence, but right after that, he put a question into the question box. We did have a very detailed medical questions for Captain Keller.
Is that the gentleman with the white hair and the glasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to see if we could ensure that there isn't any additional
All right.
investigation going on.
Let's bring juror 15 in.
testifying as an expert or non-expert?
Are you calling him next?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I last week on Monday asked you if you were objecting to him as an expert as much as late disclosure, and your, at that time, was that it was late disclosure, that the case had been pending for 4 or 5 years, and that you felt that his disclosure a month approximately before trial was late. I then said I would go back and look at the state's 15.1 supplemental disclosure statement about his testimony. And it appears from the avowal made in that statement that he has relevant information that could assist the jury in making a determination. Do you want to be heard on that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I feel like it was the state just putting him on as an expert so that he can give his opinion. I wasn't objecting to him as a detective and someone who's been there on the case, or as the scene agent, but he went from scene agent to expert so that he can give his opinion, and I don't think it is relevant that he can give his opinion at this time. We weren't allowed to have enough time to get someone to rebut his professional opinion.
Based on his training and experience, he was going to make an opinion about one of the gunshots being fired, possibly from the victim laying in a prone position.
As a firearms expert, and we haven't had a CV on how he's a firearms expert.
There was information on his training and experience contained within that 15.1 statement. I think additionally, questions about whether or not the extent of his training, the extent of his experience would probably go more toward the weight that the jury should give it rather than the credibility. I should say, rather than the admissibility of it. You're free to cross-examine him on his training experience or lack thereof. But at this time, I was inclined to allow him to testify. I'm hesitant to use the term as a full expert, but he has training and experience that could assist the jury in making a determination one way or the other based on that. So,
And he can't do that just as the scene expert or as the detective that was there?
well, I think he could, based on his training and experience, do that. I'm hesitant to call him an expert per se in the sense of a scientific type expert with scientific type testing, which requires more foundational evidence on someone's expertise. This type of testimony, I think, is testimony that a lot of people that have experience with guns could have an opinion on. Again, you can cross-examine him on his knowledge, his training, his experience, etc.
But will it be given to the jury that he's an expert in firearms? Yes or no?
I don't know, I guess I'll have to see how the testimony, what kind of foundation is laid for that by the state. All right, anything the state want to supplement your argument or your 15.1 motion?
Your Honor, no. The defense was able to interview Dan Coons on March 21st of 2025, so after that was noticed, so they were given the opportunity to question him regarding any of his expertise or not. And really, the state filed that in an abundance of caution. I think that a normal scene agent with sufficient information and knowledge and training might be able to discuss trajectory, but we wanted to make it clear that he did have that sufficient background, training, and expertise to do that.
Are you planning on eliciting testimony that an opinion as to which shot was first as opposed to which shot was second?
Only in that he did attend the autopsy, so he does also understand both that information, the shored wound, which goes into play in his determination of the trajectory, as well as that the other shot went through the victim's heart. So I think he can say that what he believes the trajectory for each shot is. I guess if someone wants to argue that he was shot in the heart first, or laying on the ground first and then got up and was shot a second time through the heart, that I don't think that he has that expertise to say that perhaps someone couldn't do that.
Well, I think the point I'm getting at is no one observed it that is going to testify to the shooting as far as I know so far. And that I don't even think your medical expert could definitively say this was shot 1 and this was shot 2. So that's fair cross-examination. But other than that, I'm going to allow his testimony. If you have a foundational objection or any other sort of hearsay objection or evidentiary objection, you can make it depending on what the question is.
Okay. I mean, I don't really understand how the trajectory is relevant to conspiracy, so I would like to make that objection. We're stipulating that there was 2 shots.
Okay.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's because the defense has noticed self-defense.
Right. All right. Let's bring the jury in. Yeah, why don't you do that? Hey, I was meant to ask Trey how to move that. Hey, will you move this podium back? Because we're not going to need it until closing argument. Move this back over there before we bring it.
Thank you. Let me go get it. State House Daniel Coons.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
I do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, so sir, go ahead and come around here, have a seat to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Daniel Coons.
And where do you work now?
Well, I am part-time temporary employed with the City of Chandler Police Department as a civilian criminal investigator for cold cases.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked I finished working as a detective with the Chandler Police Department. Specifically, the last assignment was the robbery homicide unit.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
Just over 30 years.
Can you walk us through your different assignments at Chandler Police Department?
Sure. After my basic training at the academy, I was assigned to patrol. I did that for a little bit. And while I was in patrol, I was assigned as a crime scene officer. Now that's still a patrol officer, but it's additional duties such as collecting evidence, processing crime scenes, taking photographs, things along those lines. After I did that, I went to crime prevention for a couple years. I did that and came back to patrol, found a calling to go into detectives. I became a family crimes detective for 5 years, and from there I became a homicide detective. During that time, I was also assigned part-time. We don't have a full-time SWAT team, so I was on that for just about 20 years.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your training to become a SWAT officer and what a SWAT officer does?
So there are many jobs within SWAT. There's regular officers that typically will do entry. There's some that specialize in breaching, some specialize in grenadiers, and then we also have the snipers. So I was cross-trained to do the regular basic entry officer stuff, as well as I became a sniper, and eventually I became a sniper instructor.
Okay, so what kind of training did you have to go through to become a sniper and sniper instructor?
So the sniper training was a basic 40-hour course. I attended that with the FBI. And as time progressed, I would attend advanced sniper trainings so that I could enhance my skill set. And eventually, after having been on as a sniper for a while, I attended a 40-hour sniper instructor course.
Who is that with?
That was with the American Sniper Association.
As a trainer for snipers, what did that entail?
It entailed having to have a good working knowledge of the actual job, the ballistics that the rifles need to perform, knowing how to train new snipers, knowing how to keep snipers that have achieved certification to keep their skill sets up, and to keep meeting the mandates of what would be expected of a police sniper.
Did you ever become a shooting reconstruction expert?
I did.
Can you tell us what does that mean?
It means that I attended a course, it was a 40-hour course, where it was completely hands-on. There was classroom, a lot of hands-on with you not only see the results of different impacts and things like that, but you watch it happen, and then in some cases you actually get to make it happen. And then after that, you, as a class, you work together, putting things back together. And at the end of the 40 weeks, there is a test that you have to pass to get certification.
You said 40 weeks?
Or, sorry, 40 hours, sorry.
So what does, I guess, shooting reconstruction mean, if you had to explain that to us?
It means being able to take information from a scene and being able to put it together to reconstruct as best as possible or humanly possible what happened. For instance, you have bullet strikes. In some cases, you can actually get a good angle or ballistics information so that you can backtrack it and get an approximate area where the shooter had to have been. In many cases, you can help articulate whether information given to you was factual or if the information given to you was not. And this is very handy when there are no witnesses and you only have basically the person saying what happened.
Is there any type of certification process to be a shooting reconstruction expert?
Yes, at the end of that course, I had to successfully complete a test in order to get certification.
And when did that occur?
That was in, I believe, early 2017.
Who is that through? Who puts that on?
It was with Michael Haig, his company.
Who is Michael Haig?
He is part of a duo, father-son duo, that have become quite renowned for their ability to do ballistics and then teach it and train other people with it.
Okay. And have you utilized those skills that you learned in that shooting reconstruction course as a detective since then?
Yes, many times.
I assume you passed the certification test?
I did.
Okay. So on July 11th of 2019, were you working as a detective at that time for the homicide unit at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, I was.
During the weekdays, what were your, I guess, work hours normally?
My normal work hours were Monday through Thursday, about 7 to 5.
When you are working as a detective, we've heard a patrol is out driving around. What are you guys doing?
Well, we carry a caseload. So many times we are working on the cases that we've taken previous days or weeks ahead of time. We're trying to come to a conclusion for those particular cases. But many times we also will have our radios on, just kind of listening to what's going on.
So are you at your office is at the main police station?
Correct.
Okay. On July 11th of 2019, did you hear some police radio traffic of a shooting at 5531 South Fork Peaks Place?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to the scene?
After collecting some equipment and putting it in my vehicle, yes.
Is that normal then for detectives with homicide to go out to the scenes?
For the unit at the time, yes, it was.
Can you describe for us what the scene looked like when you arrived?
There were police vehicles around. There were officers that had established a perimeter. Some crime scene tape was already put in place. And they basically had frozen the scene.
Do you recall about how far away this scene was from the station where you were located?
15, 20-minute drive.
When you arrived there, were other detectives arriving? How does that work?
There were several of us that had self-deployed, and we were in various stages of being on our way there. So other detectives did arrive.
I have no control over the lightness or the darkness of the screen. That is all.
How do you decide which detective is going to do what at a scene when you all just show up there?
Well, a lot of times it's just a matter of who speaks up first saying, I'm going to take case. If it's after hours, then the person that's on call will usually be the person to do it. But if it's during regular business hours, it's kind of like a little wrestling match to figure out who's going to end up taking it.
What role did you get?
I got assigned the scene.
Okay. What does that mean to be assigned scene?
So the scene work, assigned scene, means that you're responsible for making sure that the scene is processed properly, accumulate whatever evidence is necessary, report back to the actual case agent your findings so that they can stay aware of how things are transitioning and being learned, and then they can start making informed decisions on what the next step is going to be.
Do you do that alone or do you have help?
It depends on the scene. In this particular case, I had Detective Duncan along with me.
And does Chandler Police Department have any like crime scene specialists or people that come up to help as well?
Yes, when I left the crime scene officer program, they had actually started a civilian program so that they could free up the officer's responsibility. So Chandler has several crime scene techs that will respond out when called.
And was someone called out to that scene?
Yes.
do you sort of, as the scene agent, help, I guess, tell them what to do? Are you the person who's overseeing the whole scene?
It's more of a collaborative effort. We do provide direction on things that we're specifically interested in, but I've worked with them for many years, so it's pretty easy for us to just understand, all right, some of the basics that have to be done, such as overall photographs. Before we even think about manipulating anything or marking anything, we want to try to capture the scene as it was that we walked into it.
As the scene agent, did you create a diagram to just reflect what the scene looked like?
Yes.
And is that to scale?
It's not to scale. It's close, but it's not to scale.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 5. And I think there's a second page in there.
It is behind, but it's not exposed to the back. Yes.
And is that the sketch and then the second page measurements of that diagram that you made?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If it's not to scale, I don't know how it will be helpful, but no objection.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
There we go. Hold on. That's not lit up. Well, we might use the one behind you.
Right.
All right, can I have the detective, oh, never mind. There you go. Okay, so this is Exhibit 5, the first page. Is this sort of an overview of the entire residence as well as the items of evidence that you collected?
That is correct.
So we understand where we see these little yellow placards. What do those indicate on your diagram?
On this diagram, they indicate the items of evidence for that particular room.
Okay. And do they each have a number associated with them?
Yes.
And is the second page of your diagram a reflection of what each of those numbers refers to?
Yes, it is.
We see in this A, B, and distances. What is that?
So the reference points, for this particular purpose, we did a triangulation method. So we take measurements from 2 known points in that room, and then we measure out to the item of interest. And then that was how we get a point A and a point B measurement.
All right, so at the first page here, that's the actual diagram. What is the reference points that you are using to make these distance measurements?
So the reference points are not depicted on this diagram, but in this particular room, if you look at the wall where items number 2 and 12 are, the upper or the left upper corner is B, and if you go straight down towards the kitchen area, that along that wall, that corner is A.
Okay, so when we see a reference measurement from A of 21 feet to the bat, we're talking 21 feet this way would be where the bat was?
No, you're talking 21 feet from that corner, straight line to the bat.
Okay. So whatever the closest measurement or closest way to get there would be?
Correct.
So for the bat, it would be something like that.
Correct.
Okay. And then when we see reference point B for the bat, then you're talking from this point to the bat?
Correct.
Okay, just so we understand that.
I would also like to see the portal.
When Chandler Police Department goes to a scene like this, do they utilize any type of photography system to help better document a scene so that you can see things more clearly sometimes than with photographs alone?
Yes, depending on the scene, we would use a system called the Lizard Q.
What is Lizard Q?
It's, in essence, a 360-degree photographic system that you set up on a tripod inside or wherever your location is, inside, outside. And you start the process, and the internal computer for this system specifically takes a set number of pictures where it's overexposed all the way to underexposed, and the images in between. And it does this at various locations along the path to create enough overlapping images, and then those images are stitched together and actually create a 360-degree sphere of the scene.
Did you have to get trained on how to use Lizard Q?
There was some training involved, yes.
If, again, my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 139, you can take a look at that. Do you recognize a thumb drive that is in Exhibit 139?
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
On this thumb drive will be the Lizard Q spheres.
Okay. And is there a reader on there so that you can actually view it?
Correct.
There's a piece of paper in there as well. What is that?
The piece of paper is a set of instructions on how to use the Lizard Q viewer so that you can view the spheres.
Okay. And did you initial the thumb drive to indicate that you had viewed it and you recognize that as the Lizard Q that you created on July 11th of 2019?
I have.
Or did you actually create that?
I created the thumb drive.
And that's your thumb drive that you put it onto?
Yes.
All right. State will move to admit Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
139 submitted.
Judge, at this point, might I ask the witness to come down here to utilize the Lizard Q? I can sit at the table, but it needs to be put into a computer to do that, and I don't think we can hook it up there.
So the chicken lady asks if Chad judged the lightness and darkness of the jury members. I think he did. Yes, I think that's what he was doodling while the testimony was occurring.
I just might have to log into my computer, sorry. Oh, no, it's still like. I will let you from there. All right. Can you talk us through, so you've opened the thumb drive to where that's at. How do you get to viewing this program?
So first, you'll have to double click on
Hold on, one sec, I'm sorry, we're waiting for it to. Yes, the USB is in that laptop up there on the podium. There. Yeah.
So first you need to double click on the lizardqviewer.exe so it can open it up. And then it's going to ask you where to look for the spheres. That's going to be D. And then you just double click on the sphere you choose to open up, and it will open it up for you.
Can you make that larger so we can?
Waiting for it to respond.
Got it. Okay.
So once you have the sphere open, you want me to just?
Yeah, if you can just tell us how to work that first, and then we'll ask a few questions.
So once you have the sphere open, if you depress the left mouse button, you can actually move the images around. Without depressing the mouse button, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with the scrolling wheel. If you depress the right mouse button and use the scrolling wheel, this will darken or lighten your sphere. It will give you the ability to look outside as opposed to just the photographs washing it out normally so you can see inside. With this particular program, you can open up multiple windows, but you'll really only be able to view one at a time, but you can go back and forth between them.
So for this sphere that we're looking at, we see Charles Vallow there, correct?
Yes.
And then there's some white cards that we see around the room. What are those?
Those are 3x5 cards that officers have dropped in the scene. A lot of times they'll do that to help identify to detectives items that they observed and to be a warning to other officers to watch out for these items as you're either moving through or exiting the scene.
Is the Lizard Q program then used prior to the scene being documented? And well, let me say this. We saw in your diagram, Exhibit 5, that there were little yellow placards or numbered items. Is that something that's actually done in the scene? So we were looking at the bat, for instance.
Correct. So in this particular moment in time, we just merely left it with the placards there. Again, it was attempting to capture the scene as we as an investigative unit found it. There can be times that we'll do this first and eventually go through putting evidence placards down and then maybe do another sphere showing all the evidence placards.
So would it be fair to say that this is done to document the scene prior to police going through and maybe digging through areas to find potential evidence?
Right. It's much like when we do overall photographs with the 35 millimeter camera. This is just another enhancement of that.
For this room where we see Mr. Vallow, do we have two different spheres?
Yes, in this particular room, I did a lower sphere, and then I raised it on the tripod that you can see in it to another height, and then I did a sphere there. So we have a program that we can combine those and make it a measurement sphere. So we could do measurements linear, but not to and from the camera because of its limitations.
So what is provided here is without measurements?
That is correct.
Okay. And without anything being marked yet?
Aside from the 3x5 parts.
Okay. Can you show us the lower level sphere as well?
This is the lower level.
Okay, then the upper level one, sorry.
As you can see, your point of view has changed a little bit, but the room has remained the same.
Okay. And that's all using the same initial placement of that tripod, but just moving the camera height up higher or lower?
Correct. The tripod has the ability to elevate to the platform that the camera is actually on.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, could I have the witness go back to the?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna turn this for now. So, although that documents what the scene looked like that we saw prior to the marking of evidence, as a scene agent, do you still utilize photographs?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's just an added fail-safe. The lizard queue can, if you do the lizard queue, then you're restricted to just the view from where that camera is at. When we do overall photography, we actually move around and get it from different perspectives. This is just another tool in the ability to show what the scene looked like.
Oh my gosh. Did you also photograph rooms where the lizard queue was not used?
Yes.
When you photograph a scene, what is the process for that?
I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. When you enter a scene as a scene agent and you are looking at one like this, do you just go into the room where this person is and just photograph that area and that's it?
No, we would photograph the entire place to document it. The lizard queue, because of the volume that it takes and not necessarily information that would require the setup of a seer, then we will just stick with the crime scene photos for those particular rooms.
Okay. So I can have
Okay, now this is the second time we've heard something audible from Lori, which tells me the first time is an accident. The second time, oh, now I'm aware. And whatever it is that they're displaying obviously is gruesome enough, or question whatever the situation is, they're not showing it to us. And I'm sure they have very good reasons for that. And I personally believe Lori said, oh my gosh, because she wants the jury to know that she's just as shocked. Get bent, Lori. That's all.
paralegal approach with exhibit.
I lied. I have one more thing. Jenny says, thank you, the Ward Case Studies, for having such a great channel in chat. I've been popping in and out all day, so I wanted to make sure I showed some love while I'm in here for now. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. I cannot take credit for the chat. These people are the coolest ever, and I am so grateful that we have such a cool chat. No, Lori left her mic on purpose, accidentally on purpose. Can't stand her.
Exhibits 6 through 138. You can look at those and let me know if you recognize what those or photographs are.
Tess says she went to Burger King after seeing that so she can kick rocks. I agree, Jen Lou. Yeah, she can kick rocks barefoot. Go scratch, Lori. Oh, she has been the country life of chicken lady. That's why you know it's on purpose. Because the first time you can be like, okay, maybe she didn't realize her mic was on. But now that she's done it, yeah. Of course. See, y'all, she knows how to turn her mic off.
Okay.
Do you recognize all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately depict 5531 South Four Peaks Place, both before and during and after processing it?
Yes, through various stages of the investigation.
Your Honor, if I can have those shown to the defendant.
Yeah.
Now, Detective, when you guys are processing a scene, in addition to photographing it, are you also looking for items that you may want to collect and actually bring back with you?
That's correct.
Can you talk to us about what procedures you use to collect and impound physical items of evidence that you're going to take with you?
Sure. It depends on the type of physical evidence, what the circumstances of the offense are. So the type of collection method can vary, but inevitably we'll identify it first, then we'll document it with photographs, and then we will come up with the plan that we're going to recover the evidence. And typically on scenes, I like to work in a particular direction collecting evidence. Others have their own method, but that's the method I typically use. And then I work along with the crime scene tech, and we'll go through exactly what we talked about. We'll have the overall pictures taken. We identify things that we believe are going to be relevant, and then we'll, for identification purposes, we'll usually affix some form of evidence tag, a marker, things along those lines. Not all items are actually taken. Some are actually just documented because it's impractical to remove certain things, such as a slab of concrete or something like that. So depending on the situation. So after it's documented, first with photograph, placard, photographed again, and then we will collect it. If DNA is an issue, the crime scene tech will be the one that'll take care of the method for doing it, and they will take the protective measures, whether they do gloves, swapping gloves out, or they do face masks, depending upon the nature of the evidence. If it's super DNA critical, then we will pull all the precautions out. In this particular case, it was not DNA critical.
Do you still wear like gloves or anything like that when you are collecting these items of evidence?
Absolutely.
And are you using them and changing them to ensure, for instance, you don't transfer blood from one item onto another?
Right, and typically that's what our crime scene techs will do. We will direct the method or the order we're going to collect, and then we'll go through that. And they'll be the ones that'll photograph. They'll change the gloves, place it in the envelope. Typically it's a paper envelope. And then we'll move on to the next item and repeat the method.
So in this case, I'll put 5 back up if I can have the Alamo. Thank you. What was your process for how you wanted to go through this home in reviewing, collecting the evidence?
So for this particular method, I chose to work from the north towards the south, collecting as we went. Item 1 being the hat, which is at the north end of the room. And then it was kind of a toss-up between 2 and 3, so I just decided to go ahead and go for 2, and then we would work our way down from there.
Okay. And so we see in this diagram, north is up this direction.
It's to the left of the image, yes.
And so in the photographs that you're taking of these individual items, do you see those placards or something that shows a 1?
Yes.
Okay. Now you talk about in this that there are scenes where you may have difficulty collecting an item. In this scene, did you actually cut out some pieces of evidence to bring back with you?
Yes, and that's why you'll see numbers higher than what was originally in the room associated to those items.
Okay. When you are processing a scene, do you always know what may be relevant or not relevant?
Not always immediately.
Is that one of the reasons why the entire residence is photographed instead of just what appears to be relevant here in that one room?
Correct.
So that later, if anyone wants to look at another room, that's been documented adequately.
Right.
When you're going through a house, even though you walk in and you see Charles Vallow on the ground there, are you still checking all of the rooms to see if there could potentially be something of evidence there?
Well, certainly. I'm no stranger to not having all of the information initially when I show up. So I will go through and I'll look at the residence to see if there's anything that actually stands out immediately. And maybe I'll be able to ask a few questions of whoever's doing the interviews to see if there's any relevance to it.
So are you looking for instance, any bloody items?
That would be important.
Are you looking for any projectiles or anything else that might be not in this room?
Certainly. Bullets pass through walls.
Are you looking for any evidence that might be related to this individual, Charles Vallow, like wallets or things like that that might have been left somewhere in the house?
Yeah, anything that could properly identify who was or may have been present at the time.
Okay. And that's sort of all those photographs as well?
Correct.
When you photograph a scene, do you start at the outside of the home?
Yes, we will typically start at the outside and work our way in and carefully avoid the items of evidence that have been readily made identifiable.
So Exhibit 6 here, what are we seeing here?
So this would be the front of the residence. It faces west. And we're looking at the main entrance that's just off to the right of the closed single garage door. And that door is open.
Your Honor, we're going to have to object. We haven't agreed to admit any of these pictures that are being posted.
I'm sorry, I did show them. The state will move to admit exhibits, 6 through 38, or 138.
Any objection?
To some of them, I mean, they're very similar, and I don't think that they all need to be put on there.
So your objection is that some of them are cumulative?
Yes. Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
Let me see them. What numbers?
Yeah, which number, sorry?
6 through what?
138.
Do you have specific ones that you believe are cumulative?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through to get them specifically. I have some.
Well, let me browse them.
Okay. I can't even believe I'm saying this. This is really hurting my soul. But the objection to displaying them before admitting them was correct. And the objection, if they are indeed cumulative, was also correct. I can't even believe I'm saying this. I need some time. Her objection may have been correct, but she's still a monster, and I was not 100% in love with her tone there. Now I
was found as opposed to someone picking it up and showing it from a different angle. So they're somewhat cumulative, but the court will admit those exhibits. They may help assist the jury in visualizing the scene and determining where things were at the scene.
So we had talked about Exhibit 6 being the front of the house. The door that you were talking about there, is that the door we saw in the lizard queue that was in that front room?
Yes, that's the double front main door.
Exhibit 7 and 8, was that to document a vehicle that was there?
Yes, again, to try to do overalls of the scene to show how it was when we got there.
At that time, did you know whose vehicle that was?
I did not have the opportunity, nor did I run the license plate of it, but it was documented, and I believe later on it was learned.
Okay, thank you. But not something you were responsible for?
Correct.
When we get to Exhibit 9 and then 10, is this sort of coming up to, and I'm going to pull this back a little.
Yes, that's approaching closer to the door.
11, which way are we looking as we enter the door here on 11?
So you would be looking to the northeast, northeast.
And you had talked about in a diagram a hat. Is that sort of what we see here?
Correct.
Okay. Is Exhibit 12 sort of looking the opposite way from that sort of vantage point?
Correct.
Or south?
South, southeast, yeah.
And does Exhibit 13 show us what the front entryway looks like?
Correct. So this image would have been taken from the northeast corner of the main room there.
We can see in this then the hat with the placard of 1.
Correct.
So when we are looking at your diagram, Exhibit 5, and we see the 1, that's what that's referring to.
Correct.
Exhibit 14, can you tell us our perspective of what we're looking at here?
So you're standing in roughly the northwest corner of the room, just down from the entryway, and you're looking south.
So we start to see some of those white cards there. Is this before you have added in the yellow placards?
Correct. This would have been part of the overall photographic effort.
Okay. So when we're looking at this house, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 15, can you describe for us this wall here, sort of can you go all the way around that?
So that wall with the mirror itself is blocking where the kitchen is. There's an entrance to the kitchen to the right of that wall. And again, you could get to the kitchen through the left opening as well, but I think there's also like a family room by that area.
Okay. But it's open, one could walk through either of these ways and come around back out the opposite door?
Yes.
Okay. So Exhibit 16, we see Charles as he lay when fire has left him at this point.
Correct.
So the items we see on him, we've heard of them cutting his shirt and things like that. This is you documenting how he was when you started to come into the scene.
Correct.
After fire's already treated him and determined he was deceased.
Yes.
Over here, we start to see an area. What is right over there?
So just past that most southern index card is a hallway that extends to a bathroom and I believe at least 2 bedrooms.
Looking sort of to the north, what is this hallway here?
So now we're just looking north past the entryway. You can see the hat in the right part of the image there, and that would lead up to the master bedroom garage.
Okay. When you are looking at a scene like this, where you have a shooter, are you wanting to document all the different views of the items and the victim where they lay in the scene?
Yes, it's important to establish where things were at when we found them.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell us, for instance, if a casing rolled or a bullet rolled as fire is there or initial officers coming through?
Having not been present to see it, I would not be able to tell you if any item happened to have been manipulated.
Okay. Does 19 show us part of that hallway that we're talking about to the bedrooms?
Yes, it does.
And then right next to it, would that be the sort of doorway into the kitchen?
Correct. Past this mirror on the left would be where the wall rounds a little bit and leads to the kitchen.
So Exhibit 21 here, we see this hat. Why, and 22 that you marked as number 1, why do you collect something like that?
The indications to me, initial assessment, was that there was some kind of a struggle that took place. And it was unknown at the time who the hat belonged to. So it was decided that this could be important.
Are you given more than one chance to go through a house and try to collect evidence, or is it sort of a one-time shot?
Usually it's a one-time shot.
So if you aren't sure if something is relevant, do you collect it?
Yes.
So that later, if you determine it is, you have it?
Correct.
And if you determine it's not, then no harm, no foul?
Well, I don't know about no foul, but yeah.
So in this case, did you know whose hat that was?
I did not.
Okay. I'm going to put up 15 first. In the diagram, we had seen a number over in this area. What was that?
The item should be marking the baseboard, and there is a bullet strike in the baseboard.
All right, I'm putting up 23 here, and then I'm going to put up 24. What are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is the actual bullet strike where it peeled away a portion of the baseboard, but remained embedded in the baseboard.
So I'm going to put up, as we kind of go closer, 24, 25, 26. Did you eventually show in 27 that you guys pulled back some of that board to get to show what was embedded in there?
Correct. And at some point, we were needing to recover that projectile.
Okay. And so in 28, does this reflect, now you've kind of photographed what it looked like when you first saw it, and then as you peeled it back, and the actual bullet or projectile that was removed from there?
Correct.
All right. And 29, show that bullet from a different angle?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, and I'm going to put 30 and 31, was there actually some sort of white paint transfer on part of that?
There's a little bit of transfer of material to the nose of the bullet, yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 243 and 245, or sorry, 243 and 235. Detective, do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
This would be the section of baseboard that we removed from the wall, as well as the projectile that we had removed from the baseboard.
All right, I'm going to put up 34 here. Does that show sort of after you pulled out that section of that baseboard?
Yes, after it was cut out.
Okay. And then it's the projectile that you recovered in there? From that location, the other exhibit?
The other exhibit is the projectile that was recovered from there, yes.
State will move to admit 243 and 235.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You said 243 and 245?
35.
Oh.
243 and 235.
It's ordered admitting 243 and 235.
If I can have my paralegal go retrieve that. So I'm going to put up, to give us again a different perspective, 17 here. We've talked about, as you're kind of working your way down, you told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Yes.
And so we see in this photograph, Exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
That was the baseball bat.
I'm going to show Exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself?
The fat edge, I guess.
The fat edge.
Here, I
Let's
don't
call it
know
that.
nomenclature. Yeah.
Not the handle. How's that?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material?
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Okay. Did you observe any yourself?
I did not.
And did the edge look pristine and clean to you, visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you note any biological evidence anywhere on the bat that was visible to you?
I did not.
Oh, hold on a minute now. Now I see why you guys were saying in the side chat yesterday about the bat. Maybe she didn't hit him with that bat. Interesting. He did have a lump, so she had to have hit him with something. Wonder what she hit him with.
Approach with 249. Do you recognize what 249 is?
Yes, I do.
And is that the bat that we have seen in these photos marked as item number 2 that we see here in Exhibit 35?
Yes.
State will move to admit 249, Your Honor.
Any objection? 248 and 249 are admitted.
So that was item number 3. I'm going to put up Exhibit 40. Do we see a placard there for number 4?
Yes.
And what was item number 4? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 42 here.
It is a full metal jacket projectile.
And in 43, does that show a different angle of that projectile?
Yes.
So this projectile was recovered to the east, maybe northeast of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
I would like to call to the stand
was
and
there any-
hold on a minute. I'd like to call to the stand MK Lynn. They're doing that north, south, east, and west again. I'm gonna need you to translate.
Visible damage to this projectile.
There was some deformation to the projectile.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 239. Do you recognize 239?
Yes, I do.
And what is 239?
This would be what's identified in the picture as item number 4, the projectile that was found close to the body.
State will move to admit 239.
Objection?
No objection.
239 is admitted.
When you are photographing this scene, are you, again, we know this is after fire has been there.
Yes.
Were you present when fire was there?
I believe their engine was still there when I arrived on scene, but they were not inside.
So were you present when they were working on Mr. Vallow in the home?
No,
So do you know whether or not they had moved this projectile at all?
I do not.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow himself, I'm going to put up 41, did you notice something on his left hand?
On the left hand, yes.
What did you notice on his left hand?
Substance consistent with apparent blood.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow, did you note any other blood on his left arm?
I did not see any.
And when you are looking at Mr. Vallow, are you looking at the rest of his body to see if you noted any blood on his right arm?
Correct. I did not see any on the right arm. I did not manipulate the body until the medical examiner showed up.
So visibly, as he laid there in that supine position on the back with his arms out, what you were able to see, did you see any other blood like we observed on his left hand anywhere else?
On his chest, there was a little bit of blood, but on his extremities, I did not see any.
And so when we talk about his chest, is this the blood that we see here, sort of?
Above and below the pads.
Okay. Did the blood to Mr. Vallow's left hand stand out to you in any way?
Yes, it was interesting that it's just on that one particular part, but it's not completely surprising.
Was there any blood on the floor around where his hand was?
No.
So although we've heard of blood pooling underneath him, there was no blood around his hand as it laid there.
Correct.
So going back again to Exhibit 17, we've now talked about 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Do we see
Yes.
a placard number 5 there?
Yes.
What was placard number 5? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 45 now.
It is a shell casing.
And I'm going to put up 46 to be closer of it. And 47. Were you able to determine what caliber that was?
Yes, it belonged to a .45 automatic pistol.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, do you have a semi-automatic pistol yourself?
At least one.
Okay. And I guess as a reserve officer, do you still have some?
I'm not a reserve officer. I'm just retired. But yes, I still possess firearms.
All right. So in terms of a semi-automatic handgun and seeing this type of casing, can you tell us, when you fire a gun, where does this come from? What is that?
So in this particular image, we are looking at what's commonly called a head stamp. That's going to be the opposite end of where the actual projectile would be inserted into the casing. The circular ring that you see in the head stamp there is actually what's called the primer, and that's what the firing pin hits to initiate the primer charge, which ignites the powder and then sends the projectile through the barrel.
So if I put up 48 here, we have a projectile that goes through the barrel. What is this item here? It's casing.
So this is what's left of the cartridge. So it's the casing. This is what holds the powder charge, it holds the primer, and it holds the projectile all in one unit until it's initiated with the firing pin striking the primer. After the charge starts the projectile down the barrel, then the most semi-automatic weapons will actually, the slide will start moving back to the rear, and there's a piece of the slide called an extractor that goes around that back rim of the projectile there around the head stamp, and it pulls it backwards out of the chamber. And then it completes the cycle going all the way to the rear where it hits what's called an ejector, and that kicks the casing out of the gun and readies it to go forward, stripping a new cartridge off the magazine, if there is one, and loading that into the chamber ready for the next shot.
So when you fire the gun, projectile goes out the barrel and this casing gets kicked out.
Correct.
So I'm going to go back again to Exhibit 17 where we see 5. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 49. To the south of 5 here, did you find another casing?
Yes.
Is that what we see in Exhibit 49 and 50 as placard 6?
Yes, it is.
So were those located in the generally in the same location?
Fairly close to each other.
When a casing is ejected from a gun, do they just plop down and stay right where they landed?
No, there are many different types of firearms out there, so the casings can eject in different directions. Some will, or most will eject out to the right. Some will go farther back towards the right, some will go forward, some will go center, some actually kick higher up in the middle. It really depends on the manufacturer, the process, how the person's holding the firearm. So there are a lot of things about it, but there's usually sufficient energy designed in it so that it kicks the casing out so it doesn't interfere with the feeding of the next cartridge.
In your experience firing guns, can casings bounce or roll or move after they are ejected?
Yes.
Item that we see is number 6 and number 50 there. What caliber casing was that?
It's a little blurry.
Do you recall if it was the same 45 caliber as the other one?
They were both 45 caliber.
I can have really approach with 238 and 240. Do you recognize 238 and 240?
Yes.
What are those?
These are the casings recovered from the main room where the body was.
What we saw as 5 and 6 in the exhibits?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 238 and 240.
Any objection to 248 and 240?
No objection.
248 and 240 are admitted.
238 and 240.
Oh, I'm sorry, 238 and 240? Okay, they're admitted.
Now, do the police move the body when you're processing the scene? Do you go around and move Mr. Vallow around?
No,
Do you have to wait for someone from the medical examiner's office to come do that?
that is correct.
Sort of the body is their responsibility?
Yes,
Are you present while they're doing that?
absolutely.
And are you looking for any other evidence that may be on, around, underneath Mr. Vallow?
Correct.
In this case, did the medical examiner's office come and remove Mr. Vallow's remains?
Yes, they did.
Once his remains were removed, did you document by photographing, we see here in 53, the blood that was left behind?
Yes, typically we would call this the void image to show what it looked like after the body has been removed.
Now, is the blood been moved somewhat by the body itself being moved?
Correct. Part of the process is the medical examiner's investigator will manipulate the body by rolling it from one side or the other to get a good look at the side that's not visible with how it was laying. And then they'll work on manipulating the body into the bag for transport.
So looking at the void or the blood pool that we see here, has it been altered somewhat from what we saw or observed while Mr. Vallow's body was there due to the movement of his remains?
That would be safe to say, yes.
Okay. Did you and other officers clean up that blood pool?
Yes.
And in doing so, did you observe anything on the floor?
Yes. Underneath, well, once the blood was cleared off, we could actually see a defect in the wooden floor that was consistent with the projectile strike.
All right, I've put up Exhibit 56. There's a placard number 13 there. Is that far away so we can see the location of where that is in perspective to the room?
Yes.
Having seen Mr. Vallow's remains in the room and then having them removed, were you able to determine approximately where this defect that we see marked as 13 was located in relation to Mr. Vallow's body?
Yes, it would have been consistent with being under his left shoulder.
Did you take closer up photos of that defect?
Yes.
I'm going to put up 59 that shows that placard. Is this what you were talking about?
That is correct.
How did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the rest of the floor to see if there were anything else that looked like that?
Yes, that was a consideration, so we did look at the rest of the floor.
So you went through that whole room to see if you found any similar type of defects on it?
Correct.
Did you?
No.
So this was the only one that looked like that?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up 58. So we see other defects in the ground. What made this different?
The size of it, the directionality, the fact that it was directly underneath the shoulder where we observed an exit wound, and the fact that there was a projectile found on the floor in proximity to this defect.
Was it, let me ask you this. As a person who has processed crime scenes, fired guns themselves, did it appear to you consistent with a bullet strike?
Yes, it did.
And what were you basing that on?
The way the indentation is and how it tapers up, coming away from the body in the same direction that the projectile was located.
Did you and other detectives remove that piece of wood?
Yes, with great pain, yes.
All right, putting up Exhibit 60. Is that to show the piece removed, and Exhibit 61 to show the actual piece?
Correct.
And did you write on it so that you would be able to later look at that piece and know how that fit into the puzzle?
Yes, it was important to make sure to establish directionality on that piece.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 240, oh, I'm sorry.
You don't want to? I do.
I can have my paralegal approach with 244. Do you recognize 244?
I do.
And is that the actual piece of floor that was removed from 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes.
State will move to admit 244.
Any objection? 244 is admitted.
And is that what then we see here in Exhibit 61?
It is.
Obviously, this is inside plastic, but this is the piece you're talking about.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the rest of the house, and then eventually I'm going to come back to this. You told us that...
Would now be a good time to take our
Sure.
afternoon recess? Since we're close to 3, why don't we take our afternoon recess, stretch break, et cetera? Please remember the admonition. We'll resume in about 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
All right, so there you have it. Now we're on another break, which, okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, Henry wants us to have a quick survey. So we shall. Lipetia's disgusting, unwashed for at least 1 month, greasy, smelly, dripping hair versus this defendant's dry, poorly dyed hair. Which is worse? Letitia is, I'm going to go with Letitia, and here's why. Because as what's going on with Lori's is more of an aesthetic and less of a grooming, like an actual hygiene issue. So I would imagine that the issue with, for me, it would be the smell. I feel like Letitia smells. I do. I really do. I do. All right. So, okay. Couple of things. I cannot stress this enough. I just feel very, very strongly that Lori is intentionally leaving her mic unmuted when she wants to, because we watched her be able to mute it. So she knows how to work the mute button, but she's chosen to not work the mute button. See, this is why I got nothing for you, Lori. You play these dadgum games, and I'm tired of it. Well, here's the thing about this. I know, Nameless, it was very, very difficult for me to say it. And let me just say that, like, forming those words to come out of my mouth was difficult. So Lori did object correctly twice. Okay. She was right to object to the fact that the state published the photographs to the jury before admitting them. And she was right to object if they were potentially cumulative. That's an actual situation that does happen during the course of trials. Now, I can't believe I have to say it again. And that, like, it's like, it almost feels like acid reflux coming out of my mouth when I'm saying it. I know, but I got to call it I got to be fair. I got to call it right. All right. Then we had that. So that was good. Then we have her ridiculous questions. Yes, she asks ridiculous questions. Yes, she is harping on them saying that, there wasn't any CPR done. But, and look, she may get a couple of points with the jury where the people that have testified thus far, right, that have said, well, we can't really be 100% sure, we weren't there. She might score a couple of points. Okay. And by that, and that's it. That's all. However, when the more damning information comes out, for example, they know roughly the time that all of this occurred and how long between Charles being, bless his heart, rest his soul, being shot and killed and the 911 call. They know that stuff. So any little tiny points that she may have gotten just in that little tiny moment, then it's going to all be undone. It's all going to be undone. She's not, this is not going to go for Lori the way she thinks that it's going to go for Lori. She thinks that she can get up there and that she's going to smile and she's going to be bouncy flouncy. You know, she's like Tigger if Tigger were a demon. You know, he's all bouncy flouncy ouncy, T-I-double-G-R. You know how he is, you know, all happy and stuff. But inside, like outside, she's like all happy and all this, right? But inside, she's seething with rage. She's a demon, right? So if Tigger were a demon, that's how Lori is. She thinks she's going to win everybody over. She thinks that she's got this whole, you know, miscongeniality situation knocked, but she doesn't, because what's going to end up happening is the actual evidence is going to come out, and it's not going to matter how much she smiles, how soft of a voice she uses. You know, she's very good at using the, like, it's a weird, like Mickey Mouse, but real soft, dulcet tones. You know, Mickey's a little too high. It's like a high monotone with a little question at the end that she does. You know, that's the demon talking. That's the absolute demon talking. Lori's an absolute demon. She's an absolute demon. So, ouch. Oh, sitting in this chair. Ah, my shoulders hurt. Come on, come back to court so I can get up and stretch. I need to be able to stretch. Ouch. So yeah, I don't think this is not going to go good for her at all. Nameless, I'm not sure what you're spelling there in the Tigger. Yeah, T-I-double-G-R. I can't even believe I remember that from so long ago, from being a kid. Oh. And here comes hold on, Marina, with a little tip, an insight into how they roll at the Maricopa County Jail. Thank you for that, Marina. All right, in Maricopa Jail, we used Polident to highlight our hair. That's why it looks awful. Regular Polident or super Polident? So Melissa says, just a thought question, but I was just rambling about this entire case. Anyway, can Kay go after the Chandler PD and the county for not charging Alex and Lori in the first place? I mean, in theory, yes, but because that would be a civil action. So in a civil action, yes. Nameless, what face are you making, Nameless? Oh. The side eye? You giving the side eye? I think in theory they could, but would they be successful? Would she be successful? She would have to prove that the investigation was so flawed and that they were the investigating officers and the crime scene techs, all the people were so inept at their jobs that if someone like you or me came in off of the street, even we would understand that that was a murder. And here's the thing about that. If she were to do that, if she were to prove that, I think that would actually be detrimental. That would actually, well, it wouldn't be it would be detrimental to Kay in a way, because if Kay were to be able to prove that, then it would be helpful and beneficial to Lori, because the same cops that investigated that Kay has proven are inept. If they're inept, they're inept, right? It doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, they could, do they? Let's look it up. Let's find out. Neat Noodle says that the police have immunity from that. Can the police be sued for negligent? Here we go, right here. Okay. So the short answer is yes. Police can be sued for negligent investigations, especially if their actions resulted in harm or violated someone's rights. However, it's a complex process, and qualified immunity often protects individual officers from direct lawsuits. Here is a more detailed explanation. Qualified immunity. Police officers generally have qualified immunity, meaning they can't be sued directly unless their actions violated a clearly established legal right and they acted with reckless disregard or intent to harm. Suing the police department. If the officer's actions were negligent or violated your right, you might be able to sue the police department instead. Gross negligence. To sue for negligence, you need to prove the officer's actions were not just careless, but a gross deviation from what a reasonable officer would have done in the same situation. So, examples of negligent investigations. A botched investigation could include mishandling crucial evidence, failing to follow proper procedures, or delaying the investigation to the point where it becomes impossible to prove a crime was committed. So, like she can sue the actual the police department, right? But she couldn't sue the individual officers. So it would be terrible. Hey, Alice, stop. Can y'all hear that? It drives me nuts. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Minneapolis has been sued a bunch. Welcome, all you guys here just joining us. We're about to resume testimony momentarily. On the stand currently is a detective. However, they've allowed him to now be an expert because he has taken some classes, read some books, done some things, and now he is capable of giving. He's been qualified as a expert, and he can testify to trajectory. So, and one of the questions that was asked on the before they brought the jurors back in, that I meant to address and I just forgot, but I remembered now, was about about the order of the gunshots, and I thought that was interesting because I'm curious about that. I want to hear how they determined, what happened. So, Neat says she got sued twice and it was dismissed both times. Yes, you were sued individually. Yes. I mean, it's really hard to prove, and what I find interesting is they initially ruled this as self-defense, but they used the same evidence that they're using in this trial. Most. I mean, the same. Okay, so when the firefighters arrived and the paramedics arrived and the police arrived, the initial first responders, who we've heard from some of them already, right? Their opinion, their testimony is their testimony. So what I'm curious about is how the state intends to move past that hurdle. See, that would have been a good thing for Lori to ask, right? Well, were these your impressions back in 2019? Because in 2019, this was deemed justifiable. So, just saying, it's kind of interesting. Kind of makes you wonder, I wonder what what evidence that they have after Tylee, JJ, and Tammy that they didn't have in 2019. That's what I wonder. Oh, Melissa, you're wondering it too, Melissa K? Good. Sometimes I don't like to say these things out loud because I worry that people are going to think that I'm taking Lori's side. I'm not. Make no mistake. She guilty. She did this. Absolutely 111 billion%. I ain't on her side at all. But I'm just curious what changed? Why they ruled this an accident, and had they ruled it a homicide back in 2019? Because this happened at the beginning of 2019. Or no, excuse me. This happened in July of 2019. JJ and Tylee didn't go missing until late 2019. So how had they investigated this and concluded that this was a homicide rather than self-defense? I'm pretty sure that Tylee, JJ, and Tammy would still be alive. Because I don't think for a one hot second that Chad would have actually gone through with taking Tammy's life. If there were no Lori, I think that I think that Tammy would still be alive. I really do. I think it was, Chad. I think it was Lori. Yeah, it could have been Brandon's reopening it. Could have been a lot of. That's what I want to know. It seems. Well, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I think. I don't think he. I think what Lori did was like, look, bro. Okay. If you're going to be in the 144,000 gang, we all got to put in work. Alex put in work. I put in work. And now, Chad, you got to put in work. And not only do you need to, but if you don't, I don't want to hear nothing about your storm. I'm just saying. Just saying. Come on, come back already. You differ in opinion, Nameless? What you differ in opinion about, babe? Can y'all hear these jokers back here? Let me tell you what's happening. They're mad. Alice is in the windowsill. Mac does not understand, still doesn't understand, ain't never going to understand spatial relations. Mac feels like if he fits, he sits, except he doesn't fit, so he can't sit, and he's mad about it, and he's just taking it out on Alice as a whole, so he's smacking at her through the curtain. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on a second. Well, the truth is, when it comes to the death of somebody, it can always be reopened. I mean, there's no statute of limitations on murder. So And here we go again with the 20-second delay of the sound. Oh yeah. Oh, you don't think that that Chad unalived Tammy? Oh, I do. I don't think Alex did it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I think Alex more than likely said, you know what? I've done all the work. Could you do a little something, you lazy thumb? I'm going to need the sound person to up their game a little bit. Like, come on. We're all sitting around, we're all waiting, and you're over here playing around and we ain't got no sound. I need Tess and Melissa to keep it in their pants or go take a cold shower, ladies. He is handsome. The judge is good looking. I see you. There you go. Thank you.
So there was again another bag, and more specifically, there was a pistol that was laying on the floor.
We start with 72 here. Was that just like a garbage bag with some clothes in it?
Yes.
So of more relevance to you was what was next to it?
Correct.
What did you find there? What is this orange thing there? And we see a whole lot of placard numbers.
Right. So the placard numbers are obviously identifying particular items that are going to be seized as evidence. That we have the orange bag with what appears to be a gun box inside, and then we have the pistol. And the 3 placards next to the pistol are specific for the pistol itself, the magazine from the pistol, and potentially the chambered round in the pistol.
Okay. So 74, is that a close-up of that pistol?
It is.
What kind of pistol was that?
Pardon?
What caliber was it?
It's a .45.
Is that the same caliber as the casings that you had found in the front room next to Charles?
Yes.
Does this show another angle of that pistol in 75?
Yes, looking at the top of the pistol.
When the pistol, as we see, is picked up in 76, the individual's wearing gloves. Why is that?
Again, to help preserve the evidence, in the event that DNA were to need to be done, we could articulate that we did not touch it with our bare hands to impart our DNA onto it.
Are you visually looking at this gun to see, and this is 77, if there is any visible biological evidence, blood on this gun?
Yes, we do look at them to help determine that.
And did you observe any biological evidence, any blood or what appeared to be blood on this handgun?
No, ma'am.
If you had observed that, would you have noted it and photographed it and documented it?
Yes.
Now, when you got this gun, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in 78 and 79, is that photographs of the magazine in the gun?
Correct.
So when we talk about the magazine, I'm going to go back to showing Exhibit 76. Where is that in this picture?
So you can see the base of the magazine at the bottom of the grip, close to what would be the individual's left thumb. There's that black piece of plastic that extends horizontally across the base of the grip.
And so that's the magazine that you then took out that we see in 79.
Correct.
Okay. And why is the magazine removed?
Well, we have to make the weapon safe, and that's the first step in making it safe, is to remove any more source of ammunition that could feed into it.
Was there a cartridge or a live round in the chamber.
Yes.
So how do you make that safe then?
Well, the only way you can is to manipulate the slide to force the extractor to pull the cartridge out, and the ejector kicks the cartridge out.
Okay. Also in this photo, there was this orange bag, and you had told us that inside of it, we can kind of see the corner here. We see it better in 82. Did you remove an item from that orange bag?
Yes.
And I'm going to show 83, 84. What is that we see there?
That is a gun box that is consistent with the firearm that was laying on the floor.
So consistent with the .45 caliber handgun.
Correct.
And that was inside this orange bag. Was there any live rounds, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 85, also in that orange bag?
Yes.
And a closer up of that, was that another .45 caliber round?
It is.
And so when we say it was live, it hadn't been fired yet.
Yeah, cartridge has not been fired.
I'm going to start then by having my paralegal can take up exhibits 237 and 246. You can approach them with 237 and 246.
I'm sure this has been mentioned before by other people, but I just thought, I mean, this has occurred to me right now. It's probably occurred to me in the past, but I wasn't talking to anybody in the past, and now I am. You know, if Lori was truly concerned that Charles was coming over and he'd been threatening her and whatnot, so much so that she had Alex come the night before, if she was really that concerned, you know, she could have called the Chandler Police Department and requested that an officer come out and supervise the exchange, the custody exchange. But she didn't, because she wasn't actually scared. This was a freaking ambush. Lori, you suck.
Do you recognize 237 and 246?
Yes.
And is that the gun and the magazine that we see here in Exhibit 76?
It is.
The gun that was found in that pink room?
Correct.
State will move to admit 237 and 246.
Any objection?
Is Mr. Coons saying that he didn't take those, but he recognizes them from being in evidence? Is that correct?
I think he testified he recognizes them to be the same items from the scene.
No objection.
237 and
246.
237 and 246 are admitted.
No objection. We're going to have to hear that this whole time with her. Ugh.
Now I can have my paralegal approach with 247, 248, and 236. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Foundation.
Do you recognize 247, 248, and 236?
Yes, I do.
And are those what we saw in Exhibit 83, the gun case, as well as in 73, the orange bag that the gun case was in, and hold on. What we see in 85, the single live round that was found inside that bag.
Correct.
State will move to admit 247, 248, and 236.
Any objection?
Just a foundation, Your Honor. If he could give a serial number or something that could authenticate those.
Well, he testified that those were the items that he recovered from the scene, so I guess you can question him about that on cross. Give me the numbers again.
247, 248, and 236.
Those items are admitted.
I like when the judge gets exasperated with her, but he never changes his tone. That's why I like him. I like you, Judge B.
I'm going to show you, as you continued sort of in this hallway, Exhibit 88. Do you, can you put us into perspective of where that is? I'm going to put 19 sort of back up. Where is, what we see, this room with the blue on it, Exhibit 88?
So those two doorways would be on the south side of the hallway that leads up to the pink or maroon room. Specifically, the blue one would be the most southwestern bedroom of the home, and then the other doorways to the hall bathroom.
Okay. So again, did you go into room, this blue room, and look for any potential items of evidence?
Yes.
So in the room with the sort of child themes on it, did you find anything bloody in there?
No, ma'am.
Any ammunition in there?
No.
In the pink room, we saw the gun. Did you see any, did you look in the floor of that room to see if there was any blood drops in the pink room?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back 1 second to 87. So on this floor and the bed and around here, did you notice any blood in that room?
No.
No blood swiped across a wall?
No.
No blood on that orange case?
The orange bag?
Correct.
No.
No blood on the black case for the gun?
No.
Or the extra magazines that were in there, any blood on those?
No, none seen.
Okay. So then in the blue room,
Hey, Al, how is it that you got knocked upside your head with a baseball bat and it bled and you went to go get your gun, but there's no blood in the guest room where your gun was at? Huh.
did you do the same sort of thing? Look to see if there was any bloody clothing, any blood swipes, any blood drops, that sort of thing in there?
Correct. No items of bloody anything was discovered in there.
Okay. And nothing on the floor either?
Correct.
When we go to 92, you said that was the hall bathroom next to it?
Yes.
Do we see that in 93 and 94 here?
Yes.
Did you look in everything, like even the sinks, to see if you saw blood there?
Yes.
Along the countertop to see if you saw blood there?
Correct.
Did you note any bloody items, any that was anywhere in that bathroom?
I did not.
When you were walking down that hallway to those rooms, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops or blood trails or swipes of blood on the wall?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
No.
So 98 here, can you put us in perspective of what we're seeing?
So this would be towards the feet of the body, where the kind of the hall splits to the kitchen and then to the bedrooms that we were just discussing.
Okay. 99, is this like a lanyard that was hanging on the wall there?
Yes.
So wasn't knocked off or anything?
No, it's where we found it.
And as you go through 99 there, is that how you entered, one of the ways you could enter into the kitchen?
Correct.
And is this sort of a view of that?
Yes.
So in the kitchen, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops?
Yes.
Along the cabinets to see if there were blood drops there?
Yes.
When you got to the sink, I'm going to put exhibit 103 and then 104. Did you observe a small amount of what appeared to be blood on the faucet itself?
Yes.
Did you look sort of as well in the sink itself to see if there was any blood there?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
Did not see any visible blood.
Now, when you're going through the house and looking to see if you note any bloody items or any other items of evidence, are you looking in things like trash cans?
Yes.
So was this a trash can in the kitchen, for instance?
Yes.
And did you note any bloody rags or towels or anything thrown in there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You said that there was also sort of a living area in there.
Correct.
I'm going to put up exhibit 112 to get a better perspective of that. So is this the doorway we were talking about?
Yes.
And so the kitchen here opens up into the living room.
Correct.
Did you look through that area to see if you saw any blood on the floors?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
No.
Did you look through that area to see if there was any blood on any of the furniture or walls or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you observe any of that?
No.
In exhibit 111, where does this doorway lead?
That leads back out to the mirrored room, the main room where the body is.
So when we were talking about the two doorways, one sort of directly into the kitchen and the other sort of more towards the end of the kitchen living area?
Yes.
This is what you were talking about.
Correct.
And in exhibit 113, can we see sort of both of those doorways?
Yes.
Okay. And 114, overall perspective of that?
Another perspective of it, yes.
So throughout this whole area, again, you're looking for anything that might be relevant because you have one chance to document it, correct?
Correct.
When we talk about 115 and we talked about the original layout of the house, is this that front entrance area again?
Yes, it is.
And where are we looking in this perspective?
So you were looking in a north direction?
Where does that head towards?
It heads towards the garage, the master bedroom, and I believe a room that could double as an office.
Okay. So when we go along this wall here that we see in 115, 116, 117, is this the sort of what we would call office or playroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look through there, see anything bloody in there?
We looked and found nothing.
Was there like a powder room in this area?
Yes,
And did you search that as well?
it was.
And again, you're looking in sinks and in trash cans?
Correct.
And did you observe in 121, 122, the trash can and toilet and sink, any bloody items there?
No,
Was there a laundry room in this area?
there was.
And I'm putting up 123 and 124. Did you look through the laundry area to see if you saw any bloody items in here?
It was looked through, yes.
So although there's some clothing and some folded towels, none of those had blood evidence on them.
Nothing that stood out with blood evidence, no.
And then again, even looking in the trash cans that we see in 126 and 127?
Correct.
$128, are we now heading into the master bedroom?
Yes.
129, was there sort of an office set up in there as well, 130?
Correct.
And are you, again, looking through the floor, looking everywhere for any items of evidence?
Correct. Anything to indicate that what happened in the other room transferred into this?
Okay. Or any cleanup from after it?
Correct.
As you went through this, did you do the same sort of thing, looking through the floor and walls, 132, 133, for any blood evidence?
Correct.
Did you observe any in the bedroom?
No.
Do you go into the master bathroom and check there as well?
Yes.
So 134, 135. Did you observe any evidence, blood evidence in the master bathroom?
It did not.
And again, checking even the toilet itself as well as the trash can
Yes.
that we see in 137 and 138. So other than the one drop or whatever smear of blood on the kitchen faucet, did you see any other blood evidence at this scene?
No.
Let me put that in a different way. Other than what was around Charles's remains?
Correct. No trails, no swipes, nothing that other than the sink faucet in the kitchen and the area where the body was.
Okay. So you told us that you cleaned up the blood there and you saw that defect in the ground that was consistent, or in the flooring, that was consistent with a bullet strike, correct?
Correct.
When you were looking at this scene, actually I'm going to start with 15, did you note injuries to Charles Vallow himself?
Yes.
On the front of him, where did you note the gunshot wounds to him?
Immediately before the medical examiner arrived, the only visible gunshot wound was in the lower left abdomen area.
Did you learn one it was in the chest underneath some of the medical debris?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you able to utilize part of your shooting reconstruction training to try to determine any type of trajectory, or if anything is consistent with trajectory based upon the scene itself, items that you are able to view there?
I do try to apply my knowledge of that to the scenes as I go to them and go through them, and with whatever evidence or information comes directly back to me.
Are you relying on, for instance, the location of Mr. Vallow?
That's part of it.
Are you relying on the location of the casings?
That's another part of it. Not a major part, but it is another part.
Are you relying on the location of the projectiles?
Yes.
When the medical examiner came, were you also able to see exit wounds on Mr. Vallow?
Yes, in conjunction with also the chest wound.
Okay. So when the medical examiner came, you saw a second injury to the front side of him?
Correct.
And where was that approximately?
In the sternum.
So for us, somewhere in?
About the center, maybe roughly the center of the chest.
Okay. So and the other one you said was in the abdomen?
Yes.
When the medical examiner was there, where did you observe other gunshot wounds on his back?
I observed another one that would have been just to the left of the spine, and then another one that would have been by the left shoulder blade scapula area.
Okay. Now, given the number of casings, did you start with an idea that there might be two shots?
Yes.
Given the number of wounds on Mr. Vallow, did that appear consistent with that theory?
Very much so.
So 2 entrances, 2 exits?
Yes.
When you saw the projectile that you recovered, that we see in Exhibit 20 on the side over here, that entered into that baseboard, given the injuries to Mr. Vallow and the projectiles and the location of this, were you able to determine any consistencies of where the shooter may have been when that occurred?
Approximate location, yes.
And how did you do that?
Based on the wounds to Mr. Vallow, the location of where the projectile had ended up, and where the casings were, the working theory at that point was that the firearm ejected the casings to the right, striking the wall where that has the curve there, and bounced back towards the west wall. The projectile would have continued on a relatively straight path and embedded itself in the baseboard at the other end of the room.
So would that have put the shooter somewhere in this area?
Yes.
Can we see what this area is?
That to you seemed consistent with one of the shots having gone through him and ended up what we see in Exhibit 20 over here in the baseboard, Mr. Vallow being somewhere over in this area.
Correct.
Okay. Given the information that you obtained, let me ask you this. Given the information that you saw at the scene there, again, with the casings, the injuries to Mr. Vallow, both to the abdomen and the shoulder, and then after you cleaned up the blood, the damage to the floor underneath the location of his left shoulder, were you able at that point to start, have any concept or have a idea of what would be consistent with where the shooter may have been and where Mr. Vallow may have been for that shot?
Yes.
What did you base that on?
Again, a lot of the factors that have been discussed, the location of the projectile, item number 4, the defect in the floor that was underneath him, the location of the second casing. It was all consistent with the shooter having been at the feet, not necessarily right upon the feet of Mr. Vallow, but in that direction, close enough so that the projectile could, again, bounce off that wall and land on the west wall.
The projectile or the
Or
casing?
the casing, sorry.
Hold the phone. So wait a minute now. Basically, what he's saying is that the shooter, Alex, stood over Charles and shot down at him. Wouldn't that completely and totally negate the stand your ground? I don't know what I only know what Texas and Florida's laws are. I don't know what Arizona's are. I have to look that up.
When you were looking at this scene, I'm going to put 56 up. Obviously, there's no exact, I'm going to move Mr. Vallow this way just to kind of be looking the same direction. Did this defect appear to be in the area of Mr. Vallow's shoulder?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Vallow had been rolled a couple times by the time you cleaned that scene up.
Yes.
So you didn't like stick a rod through him there and see if that worked?
No, that would be inappropriate.
Are you even allowed to do that?
No.
Does a medical examiner frown on that?
Yes, the body is theirs by law.
So you're basically able to look at where he was located and say that that is consistent with being underneath his left shoulder.
Yes, and we did take measurements of the body before it was moved.
All right. So when you
So I agree that this was clearly a murder, but what I don't understand is how this is the evidence that existed in 2019, in July of 2019 when this occurred. How did they maybe they just didn't I don't know. I don't know. They certainly would have enough to get Alex on just by the evidence alone. They might not have had enough to get Lori, but they definitely had enough to get Alex. So what happened?
You measured where the body was, and then you cleaned up that blood and measured where that projectile divot was that consistent with where his left shoulder was?
Yes.
Given that information that you had at that time, were you able to draw any conclusions as to whether or not the evidence was consistent with Charles Vallow being laying on the ground when he was shot?
Very much so in the position that you see him. He was, the second shot that entered the abdomen would have been where he was lying.
Did you attend the autopsy itself?
I did.
And when you were at can you tell us what it means when you attend an autopsy as a detective?
So as a detective, we go to the medical examiner on the date that they're going to do the autopsy. There is the autopsy suite itself where the doctors and technicians work with the bodies. Observers will be outside of that suite, but able to communicate.
Neat. We have like 40 minutes left.
With the staff. There's a window where we can see everything that's going on. And like I said, we can communicate either by a phone that's on the wall or they'll come around and talk with us. We have the ability to observe everything that transpires. There's even a camera overhead that we can manipulate to get a different view. Say the feet are towards us, we can get the camera to look at when they're working on the head or something like that.
When you were at the medical examiner's office as they were performing the autopsy, did you learn additional evidence that helped support your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen and the bullet exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was that additional evidence that you considered when reaching this opinion?
Well, I had asked for specific things for the doctor to include in the examination that would help me with rendering that information. One of them was to measure the location of the bullet strikes on the body, both the entry and the exits. And then I also asked for the use of trajectory rods if it was available to help demonstrate the angles of the shots so that I could visibly see everything. They have the unique experience of being able to see the actual damage to the organs as it's passing through. It's not all super clear for me for that part, so the trajectory rods help out a lot.
Having observed the location of the injuries, that measurement, the trajectory rods, did that further support or go against your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
It further supported it.
In your opinion, then, can you list all the factors that you rely upon to determine that or to reach your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the floor when he was shot in the abdomen and the shot exited his left shoulder?
The consistencies of a lot of the evidence that I had personally seen. The trajectory rods helped establish that alone, where it shows the entry into the lower left abdomen and then the exit out through the left shoulder blade area.
What is the cameraman
The divot
doing?
in the floor that was located underneath the body. The projectile that had expended the rest of its energy coming from underneath the body and coming to rest close to the body. There was a lack of stippling that was visible, meaning unburned powder or gunshot residue actually on the skin or clothing that we could identify. So that gave us the fact that the shooter was a bit of a ways away from the body, but the body was firmly on the floor at the time of the shot. There's just no way for the impact on the floor and the exit of the body to articulate anything else with that angle.
After you, let me ask you this. Do you recall how long you were at the scene that day?
I got there about 9 or a little after, and I think we left sometime between 1600 and 1630.
What's that in normal people time?
4 to 4:30 in the afternoon.
All right. Did that sort of end your involvement in processing this whole scene?
The Four Peaks scene, yes. Actual damage to the organs as it's passing through.
Location of the injuries, that measurement, the trajectory rods, did that further support or go against your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
It further supported it.
I don't know why YouTube will do that every so often. Just push you forward. You didn't whenever you don't want to be. We're behind because I chose to be behind YouTube. I don't need your help.
In your opinion then, can you list all the factors that you rely upon to determine that or to reach your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the floor when he was shot in the abdomen and the shot exited his left shoulder?
The consistencies of a lot of the evidence that I had personally seen. The trajectory rods helped establish that alone, where it shows the entry into the lower left abdomen and then the exit out through the left shoulder blade area. The divot in the floor that was located underneath the body, the projectile that had expended the rest of its energy coming from underneath the body and coming to rest close to the body. There was a lack of stippling that was visible, meaning unburned powder or gunshot residue actually on the skin or clothing that we could identify. So that gave us the fact that the shooter was a bit of a ways away from the body, but the body was firmly on the floor at the time of the shot. There's just no way for the impact on the floor and the exit of the body to articulate anything else with that angle.
After you, let me ask you this. Do you recall how long you were at the scene that day?
I got there about 9 or a little after, and I think we left sometime between 1600 and 1630.
What's that in normal people time?
4 to 4:30 in the afternoon.
All right. Did that sort of end your involvement in processing this whole scene?
The Four Peaks scene, yes.
Your Honor, the state has no other questions.
Your Honor, can I have a few minutes to defer with my advisory council?
Defer.
Yeah, briefly.
It's confer, Lori. You're conferring with your advisory council. Excuse me. See? Look what she does. Come on, chat, pull up so I can. All right, hold on. Let's just skip forward a little bit. Look how bored he is while she defers. Oh my God, get it together, Lori. She doesn't make me apoplectic.
All right, I need to excuse the jury for just a couple minutes to resolve something.
Oh,
It should only take a
Jesus.
few minutes. We'll have you wait in the jury room, and then we'll continue.
Oh my God. Lori, what are you doing? I don't know what she's deferring, boss lady. Who knows? Now she's got some sort of issue that needs to be resolved. Oh, gosh. Should only take a couple of minutes.
All right, the jury is no longer present. Go ahead and take a short break.
Who's taking a break? What the frack? What is happening? Be like, what's her name from Poltergeist? What's happening? Heather O'Rourke is her name. Carol Ann. Carol Ann.
Detective Coons, you were the scene agent that day on scene, is that correct?
Primarily, yes.
And did you work for someone else before Chandler Police Department?
United States Army, Arizona Department of Corrections, a couple other little jobs after I got out of the Army.
Did you work for Gilbert Police Department at all?
No.
Cut it out, Lori. Already trying to bring in Gilbert Police
And as
Department.
the scene agent that day, you talked about, you were there. Did you write a report about that day?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you write that report?
I don't know the day I sat down to write it. It was shortly after the event,
So close to July 11th, 2019?
close to it.
Within a week, maybe?
Again, I don't recall when I specifically started typing that.
Oh my God. We better never
And
call
when
me
you
to the
arrived
stand.
that day, who was there already?
Patrol officers,
Just them?
the fire department might have been there. Alex Cox was there. Other detectives arrived. I couldn't tell you the order of which everybody arrived.
And where did you park?
I parked north of the scene.
And then did you go directly into the house?
No, ma'am.
What did you do first?
We received a briefing of what patrol officers had learned. We learned that there was a body inside the residence, and we came up with an investigative plan.
Who did that debriefing to you?
I don't think anybody specifically ran the debriefing. We, as detectives, gathered around the patrol officers, and they informed us basically of what they had seen and what they had been told.
And who were those detectives with you?
Well, Detective Duncan would have been there with me. Detective Moffett would have been there. I didn't take a roll call of all the detectives there. Possibly Detective Inklin. I don't know.
Okay. And then where did you proceed after that? Debriefing.
Well, after the debriefing, I provided the information of what I had learned to Detective Kaminsky, who is still back at the police department, and gave him the information necessary to request a search warrant for the residence.
Okay, he said roll call right there. And listen, people are probably going to get mad at me, but this, I have to say it or it's going to just, my brain is going to explode. Remember on Saturday Night Live when Will Ferrell and Sherry O'Terry used to do the cheerleaders? Cha cha boochie, cha 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 boochie, roll call. My name is Ariana. I am a Spartan, so check me out. So it reminds me of every time somebody says the word roll call. Okay, here we go. You're awake now, ain't you?
And then what?
We waited.
To get the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
To have it issued?
To see if the judge would issue it, yes.
And how long did that take?
Don't believe we got word back from the courts until it would have been probably between 11:30, 11:45, and then we made entry shortly thereafter.
So is it your protocol that you can't enter until the search warrant is issued?
That is what we do once the scene has been made secure, yes.
Okay. And then when you entered, who entered with you?
Myself, the crime scene tech, we were the initial ones. I think Detective Duncan might have come in with us as well, but that would have been the extent of the initial entry.
Do you know the name of the crime scene tech that was with you?
Jordan,
Is that the last name or first name?
the last name.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, after that, we continued to go with our normal process of having photographs taken. I did the lizard Q spheres. I completed getting information necessary for the diagram that was presented and continued to just do our job.
So is that protocol to do photographs first?
That would be our protocol, yes.
And then what do you do after that? I know that you were searching for the blood in all the rooms. When did that occur?
That occurs after the initial photographs are done, and then we can walk through and look in the particular areas that's been photographed already.
Okay, so the photographs are finished and then you guys kind of walk through?
Or at least finished in an area that we can actually walk through, yes.
Okay. And then when did you set up the tripod after, how long after that?
So the tripod was set up after the area had been photographed. So that way I wasn't interfering with anything. And that way we're not having the tripod in our original photographs.
Right, makes sense. And do you think, so Detective Duncan was with you going through the house?
I believe he was there, yes.
So it was basically the two of you or three of you going through room by room, or were you split up, or how does that work?
We would have divided and conquered a little bit to make the search a little bit more expedient. But that, again, you're slowed to the time frame of what it takes to do the overall photographs.
So the photographs took about how long?
I don't ever look at my watch to see how long it takes because it's a big house, as you're aware. And I let the crime scene tech do their job. I don't push them and tell them that TikTok, there's nothing like that. It's do your job, we'll follow along.
Okay, and you guys started that process at about 11:45?
I think the actual time would have been closer to noon that we would have started that process.
And about how long did it take to go through the whole house, and about how long was that process?
Again,
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
For me, I don't document how long it takes for any particular task because each scene is different. I just focus on doing the tasks. I rarely take a look at my watch to see how much time I'm spending on it because I want to do the job. I don't care about the time it takes.
And you did not pick up any of the evidence that was marked. That wasn't part of your protocol, is to take the evidence into custody. Is that correct?
Most of the evidence I did not pick up, correct.
And whose job is that?
We usually defer to the crime scene techs to do that. There are times that we will assist them with doing it depending on what the item is.
So that day, was it Jordan who did that? Was he the crime scene tech that took that evidence?
She would have been the one that was collecting at our direction, yes.
And so you kind of pointed out as the detectives, and then they pick it up and...
Correct, because they're trained how to handle evidence, how to package evidence, how to process. So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body, and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense. Okay, what time do you think that well, let's ask this. After you're done with the photos, and then you're done with checking the house, and all of the evidence is picked up and logged, then what else do you do at the house? What else did you do at the house that day?
Well, you just bundled that up into like tiny little package, but it took a long time to get to the point that you're talking about. So my day pretty much involved the scene. As far as ancillary jobs to go somewhere else or do other things, no, my day was pretty much spent there on Four Peaks.
Correct. Yeah. So when did you leave the residence then?
We secured from the house sometime between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
And what other tasks did I miss that you accomplished during that 12 o'clock to the 4:30 time? I just don't know what you were doing in there. I'm just wondering.
Well, we identify the evidence items. We're looking for other evidence items. I am still doing the diagram, so measurements need to be done. We have to wait for the medical examiner to arrive because we can't do anything with the body until they show up. And then once they show up, we pretty much stop with the other projects until we can focus on the body and get the body out of there, because there aren't very many investigators for the medical examiner in the county, so we don't want to tie them up longer than we have to. And then we'll resume searching or identifying information, evidence, collecting it, and working our way to a conclusion where we can leave the scene.
Okay. So after searching the whole entire house, did you guys search the backyard at all?
It was searched.
Did you do that, or did someone else do that?
I did not.
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
It would have either been another detective or we would have asked an officer to do it.
And what would they be looking for?
Any blood evidence, anything to indicate, based upon the information we had of the event that took place inside that house.
So when you made your assessment, you were able to leave after that assessment was made? That everything was accomplished?
Oh, what assessment are you talking about?
That all the evidence was gathered and collected?
That I was satisfied that we had collected what we needed to collect?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
If we could just have Ms. Vallow move her reports away from the downloads showing.
Oh, is it showing?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's, actually, let's just turn that off until we need it. Thank you.
Marie says any lawyers that can take a wheel in the next trial, LOL. Owens, I see your hand up. Put it down.
So you stated earlier that the type of weapon that was found was a .45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a semi-automatic?
It is.
Okay. How is that different from like a revolver? What's the difference between that?
The build itself, I like to use simplistic terms when I describe what a revolver looks like.
Perfect, Lori,
Most people
super
are familiar with
simplistic.
the Western movie. So the wheel gun, that's a revolver. What you see modern police officers carrying these days are semi-autos. So that's kind of the analogy I give to people that don't know guns.
And what's the difference between when you're shooting a semi-automatic or shooting a revolver, how fast you can shoot? Does that make sense?
The speed on which somebody can shoot is dependent upon the shooter themselves. The skill level they have, the weapon they might be using. There are a lot of circumstances and things that happen to be able to qualify that statement.
Right. And you have taken many gun classes, right, that we heard of?
And I'm an instructor, yes.
And you're an instructor. So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is to shoot center mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a hit on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
Right. So if you were being attacked, you should point at center mass. Is that correct?
That is what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Is it a common term to say to center mass?
No,
In training?
that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
Would you teach that in your class?
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If it's standard officers, no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
If it was a novice who was like taking a gun class for the first time, would you teach them that?
No.
What would you teach them?
You would teach them to shoot till the threat went away, and that can be with one shot. It can be with more than one shot.
So was Alex taking his classes from Zombieland with the double tap? Fuck off, Lori. That I do know. When you're taught, you as a lay person, you're taught to shoot until the threat stops. If the threat is on the ground and no longer moving, I'm pretty sure the threat has been stopped. Get bent, Lori.
Okay, that's fair. So in this particular gun, the .45, when the shells are ejected, where do they go?
Out and away.
So in this particular gun, do they go to the right or to the left?
I have not test fired this particular gun. I believe that most semi-automatics do eject the casings out to the right. Whether it's high right, low right, I'm not sure. It could be farther forward, it could be farther back. I did not test fire this gun, so I cannot speak specifically to how this particular gun ejects, other than most likely to the right.
But it could go to the left?
No, not the way the ejection port is set up.
So no guns that are .45s could go to the left?
Certainly you could have a left-handed gun set up that it would eject that way, but the way this particular gun is set up, the ejection port dictates which way that's going to go. When the slide cycles back and that extractor pulls the casing back, the ejector is usually located on the opposite side of the extractor, and that will kick it out of the actual ejection port of the slide.
So for someone like me who doesn't really understand guns too well, you would say that a right-handed gun they would eject out of the right, but a left-handed gun they could eject out of the left.
And they're very rare to see.
And do people have left-handed guns? I guess I never really thought about that.
Some people do.
Oh my God, shut up, Lori, before I call John Wick. I won't even say his name.
If you're left-handed, you'd want that, I guess. Okay. So in this particular case, when you said in your report that the shells bounced off the wall, they had gone to the right, like they were supposed to. Is that correct?
That is what I was operating off of, yes.
And then they would have bounced to the left.
Yes, because that makes sense.
And they would have landed to the left of my husband. Is that where they were found?
Along the west wall.
Okay. But how close to the wall were they found?
The pictures show where they were found. They're relatively close to the wall, inches away.
I was going to say inches.
Yes.
Not feet, but inches.
Correct.
And so would that be a normal trajectory from hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
According to how fast they would be going. How fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only chronographed bullets. So I have no idea how fast a casing comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
So we're...
MK Lynn, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. If you got a membership from MK, please thank him. MK, you are a swell guy and a good neighbor.
Any divots in the wall or anything like that? Because...
There could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
And you didn't find any that were visible to the eye?
Nothing that's caught my eye, no.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were there. Did he describe where he was standing?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there a wall right next to where he was standing?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Well, you can ask him if he observed Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he told you that the gun was?
I observed him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway or in the main room?
No, I'm going to object to hearsay. It's non-testimonial,
Right.
but it is still hearsay.
If the question is in relation to Mr. Cox showing or recreating or demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
Where did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to...
Well, that's the testimony that I'm saying is a form of hearsay. So please ask a different question.
I'm trying to understand, Your Honor. So what the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
Look, Lori, were you not sitting in court the day that the judge said nothing pertaining to Alex Cox can come in? Nothing. That means nothing.
You have it. What direction would you place him standing?
Entry area.
Hold on.
Where?
All right, here we go.
Detective Coons, where would you place the shooter standing in that room?
I would place the shooter in the area of where the curve of the wall was and the kind of the hallway entry area, somewhere in that general area.
So would you have, what direction would you place him standing? Facing, I mean. Not standing, but facing.
For which shot?
The first one.
The first one, in a more northeasterly direction.
And the second?
In a more northern direction with a slight deviation to the east.
So would you have him stepping forward? Is that what you're saying?
No.
What direction would you have him moving?
I didn't say the shooter moved.
You're just saying that he shot from a different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you think he was standing in the same location?
I don't know that.
So according to where you put him standing with the first shot, the casing bounced off of the wall to the right and landed to the left.
Correct.
And then where you have him standing in the second shot, the same thing happened.
Approximately, yes.
And how far apart were those casings found?
I don't have the specific measurement of how far apart they were. They were a few feet.
So they're a few feet apart.
Yes.
So if he was standing in the same place, would they be a few feet apart or would they be closer?
It depends on a different amount of things, like how was the gun being held? Was it canted to the side? Was it not? What the angle was. Could the shooter have moved? A little, but it would have been the same general vicinity.
But you said he didn't move, according to you.
I said I didn't say he moved.
So he could have moved because they were more than a foot apart, the casings found.
A little, yes. Would have been in the same general area.
So he could have taken a couple steps.
Perhaps. Could have slid the body sideways. Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
And is that common in, I don't know with shooting, if is that common with someone to shoot once and then move and shoot again?
Discussion, speculation, relevance,
I'll sustain it on speculation.
In your experience as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns, right? Would that be a common thing to do?
Again, objection as to speculation as to when, where, circumstances.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
Let's talk about stippling. The first shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot?
None was observed.
No stippling was observed.
Correct.
Is that what's in the ME's report?
I believe so.
That there was no stippling? Can I have a minute, Your Honor? When you were observing the autopsy, the ME didn't say anything about stippling?
I don't recall any mention about stippling.
And you didn't have a discussion with him about it?
We would have if he'd observed any.
And so if he said that to someone else, you would be surprised?
I don't know what he had in his notes. I didn't author his report.
Can you describe stippling for us? What that is?
Sure. It's basically a combination of particles that come out from behind or follow the projectile as it exits the barrel. A lot of times it's partial burned or unburned powder, and it's a short distance phenomena, so the person has to be extremely close for the pattern to actually present itself and the particles embed in the clothing or the skin.
So if stippling was found, how far away would the gun have to be from the victim
That depends on the gun.
on this .45 semi-automatic?
I am not an expert on the stippling patterns. That is something that we would have to send to the lab for. And what they would do is they would test it with witness panels at different distances to give that information.
Is there an estimate?
That's where it would come in. Usually the medical examiner, if they observe stippling, will give an estimate of close or contact.
So would you be surprised if he said 2 to 4 feet?
If that's what he says.
That if there's stippling, then the gun would have to be 2 to 4 feet.
It's possible, but I wouldn't hold my hat on that, no. I would have to have the gun tested for that.
Okay.
Is this a good spot to break for the evening?
Sure, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm not cutting you off. If you want to ask a few more questions, that's fine.
Nope, that's fine.
All right, we'll take our evening recess. Members of the jury, please remember the admonition. I'll remind you to specifically avoid any outside information, any information about this case outside this courtroom. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Your Honor, I don't want to tell you your business because I think you're a real cutie and all, but for Pete's sake, if this is how it's going to be every day, you're going to need to start at 8:30, buddy. Oh, it's not until 9? Oh, it's 8 my time. It's an hour from now. There's a pinned link at the top of the chat. As
All
soon
right,
as
the jury is no longer present.
on.
Please be seated.
Hold on, I don't want to interrupt the judge because that's rude. But when this is over, there's a pinned link at the top of the chat. Please click that and set your reminder, set a notification so that you'll be notified when Allie and MJ go live, please. Thank you. All right, let's hear what the judge has to say. Oh, no. I can fix it. Don't worry. Hold on. I got too excited. What the frack? Hold on. What? What? No. I need to see what happened.
And is that common expert like you? What's
Close
to be
To break you. The jury.
What?
All right, the court will.
Nope. That's it. That's
conclude-
it, you guys. They cut it off. The camera person is fired. I'm so mad about this.
the first shot, according to that, what's in there?
Hold on. I will get this back. I'm not going to touch nothing.
And about stip.
He said,
Be behind or partial burn distance pattern to act. That is something panels.
I'm not cutting you to specifics.
All rise for the jury.
I'm not touching nothing. I'm just going to leave it here. It went 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 18 seconds. I didn't hear him say off the record squirrel. So for me, I'm going to sit here and listen to it until I hear that. Because I need to know all the things.
All right, the jury is no longer present. Please be seated.
I didn't hear him say off the
I don't know what they're
record.
talking about. Jesse, these
Oh,
people
look, there's
seriously
MJ.
suck. LOL.
Hold on. All right. Well, I guess we're done. I didn't hear him say off the record, and I wish that he would have said off the record. It can't be about anything going on with the jury because he didn't address the jurors, and he didn't tell them we're going to dismiss you, but don't nobody go nowhere. So I don't know, but I'm going to let you guys go for tonight. Remember the pinned. Hold on a second. There's a pinned link at the top of the chat. Please, after this live ends, go over there to the live chat and click that link and set a notification because you do not want to miss. And MJ and Allie talking about, they're going over a little bit of what happened today. And then also they're going to talk about the Casey Anthony trial. So maybe Nate will have something. And if he does, I'll keep an eye on it, you guys. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Well, I will get to the bottom of this. All right. But I'm going to let y'all go for now. If you haven't done so, please give your girl a thumbs up. Thank you all for being here. And I will see you back here. Same bat time, same bat channel. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Finish her.
Minutes later.
We all do a little match sometimes.